Got it. Thank you, Deb.
Bechavod. Oh, oh. I can. Right now.
Boker Tov, everyone, and Shana Tova. Whether you're here in person or joining us from other places, perhaps even other time zones, we invite you into this preparatory hour. It's really something akin to we should be doing every time we have the audacity to pray. Not to jump into the intensity of the words right away, but to get our minds and our spirits and even our bodies ready for something potentially transcendent. So we invite you to let the tunes go over you and go through you. The words and the meditations penetrate your consciousness, and just give yourself the gift of allowing this experience to be whatever you need today and now.
My soul has been returned to me as I wake with morning's light. A new day dawns, a page has turned. What a gift to be alive. Modani lefanecha melech hayam shehechezarta bi nishmati bechemla
Shana Tova, everyone. It's nice to be with you. It's nice to be outside. It's nice to be in this space. It's nice to be around this table. If you're following along with us in the Machzor, we're going to sing some words that are on page 34. And these words come from the section of the prayer that's all about entering the synagogue. Matohu alecha, how beautiful it is to be in our literal tent this morning. And in this past year, I've been spending a lot of time sitting in my basement, as I mentioned yesterday, traveling virtually to tents all around the country. And it's been a strange and wonderful experience to connect with communities all over and just have to switch the background on my green screen to whatever the ark in their congregation looks like. And at the same time, there's something really powerful about entering a space with other people and witnessing what it looks like to be in one room. And the words that we're going to sing from this particular prayer come from the very end of this prayer, which is actually a hybrid psalm. Oh, and we have these beautiful song sheets too. So if you want to see it on the song sheets, it's number 2. And the words are Va'ani tfilati, and I am a prayer. Va'ani. And the way that we're going to sing it is we're going to sing the word Va'ani, and then we're going to sing the word Va'ani again and move into the prayer. And I was thinking a lot about these words, et ratzon, right? In a time of need, may my prayer come to you in my time of need. In this auspicious time, can you hear my prayer? And you know when you call somebody on the phone or you come up to somebody and you knock on their door in their office, you say, is this a good time? Is now a good time? Or does that sound right? Can you hear yourself saying those words? And this is an interesting thing for us to say to God. We knock on the door, we walk into the sanctuary, we say, is now a good time? And I think for God, now is always a good time. But the question is it a good time for us? Right, I think a lot of times we walk into the sanctuary, we knock on the front door, and we say, is it a good time? But we're not even ready to ask the question. We say, is it a good time? And then we don't know what it is we wanted to say when we walked into that space. And so that's what this prayer is all about. It's about saying, Va'ani, what am I going to bring into this space? What is my prayer today? Because we can't hear an answer to a prayer if we don't even know what the question is. if we don't even know what it is that we're trying to walk into that space and say? So as we sing these words a few times through, think to yourself as you're singing, who is the ani that I'm bringing into this space today? What is the question that I need to ask? And where might that answer come from? Aneni be'emet yishecha, in the abundance of your truth. There's a lot of space in there for an answer to come, wherever it might come from. Va'ani, and I, va'ani tfilati, and I am a prayer. Va'ani, va'ani tefilati, lecha Adonai et ratzon. Va'ani, va'ani tefilati, lecha Adonai et ratzon. Elohim v'rov chastecha, Aneni v'emet yishecha, Elohim v'rov chastecha, Aneni v'emet yishecha. Va'ani tefilati, lecha Adonai et ratzon. Va'ani tefilati, lecha Adonai et ratzon. Elohim v'rov chastecha, Aneni v'emet yishecha, Elohim v'rov chastecha, Aneni v'emet yishecha. Va'ani tefilati, lecha Adonai et ratzon. Va'ani tefilati, lecha Adonai et ratzon. Elohim v'rov chastecha, Aneni v'emet yishecha, Elohim v'rov chastecha, Aneni v'emet yishecha. Ma tovu, ma tovu, ma tovu, ohalecha Yaakov, ma tovu, ma tovu, ma tovu. Mishkenotecha Yisrael. Ma tovu, ma tovu, ma tovu, ma tovu, ma tovu. Ohalecha Yaakov. Ma tovu, ma tovu, ma tovu, ma tovu, ma tovu. Mishkenotecha Yisrael.
Before we go into the next song prayer, I want to share that for the first 8 to 10 months of the pandemic, one of the things that was hardest for me as a Jew, as a rabbi, that was most suffocating was the inability to sing with others. It's such a central piece of what it means for me to be alive, certainly spiritually alive. And the first time that Rabbi Chorny, Rabbi Schatz, and I were able to sing together safely, it really felt like a resurrection. And there are a few things that I enjoy doing more than singing as a trio. I want to recognize the absence from this table of Cantor Michelle Stone, who's all things Hama'alot, but she's focusing on something more important right now. Also, she's focusing on Shira, her new baby, just like we're focusing on Shira. And I also want to add what a zechut it is to add to this trio Rabbi Josh Warshawsky, who I'm not sure everyone here knows just what it means to have Rabbi Warshawsky with us. Your voice, your spirit, your insights. We feel very lucky that we get you. I mean, we launched you, but we feel very lucky that we get you for the high holidays. And to be able to sing as part of this quartet is truly a great zechut. We're on song prayer 3 on your song sheet. Haish hechafetz Chaim Ohev Yamim Lirot Tov Mi Haish hechafetz Chaim Ohev Yamim Lirot Tov. Again. Mi Haish hechafetz Chaim Ohev Yamim Lirot Tov. Mi Haish hechafetz Chaim Ohev Yamim Lirot Tov. Netzor, Netzor, Leshoncha Meira, Usefatecha, Midaber Mirma, Sur Meira, Baseto, Bakeshalom, Verot Vehu. Netzor, Netzor, Leshoncha Meira, Usefatecha, Midaber Mirma, Sur Meira, The service we call Hamalot was born about 8 years ago when Rabbi Josh Warshawsky was full-time with us as our artist in residence, and our rabbinic intern was now Rabbi Jonathan Bubis, and we sat together as a trio to try to see, in a traditional community such as ours that really venerates the inherited liturgy, and in most of our services are committed to saying all the words, could we create a religious spiritual experience that also had the words truly enter us? We called it Hama'alot, a reference to Shirei Hamalot, the songs of ascent that our ancestors would recite as they'd walk up the southern steps in the old city of Jerusalem up to the temple, because we thought that prayer should be an ascent, even though it's not always experienced that way. And then it's gone through many, many iterations, from its classic Shabbat morning, classic, 8 years, classic experience in Adelson Hall. Remember Adelson Hall? Remember that room? And then trying it on high holidays without being as committed to the liturgy, but offering it as a holiday experience. The notion of it helped birth our Friday night in the round service Sovev. And then things changed this year because of the pandemic, and this was going to be in its kind of normal high holiday slot later in the day, but we decided we'd bring everyone who wanted to experience this together, and we called this Psuke Ma'alot, because we love combining terms in our rabbinic team. And again, the notion is to use shape and the contours of being in a circle, and the lack of a rush of getting through a particular page at a certain time to at least start us off on our spiritual work today. So again, a belated welcome to Hama'alot, Psuke Ma'alot. I want you to look at the fourth prayer from Psalm 27, after which, by the way, when we complete this, we'll pause to say Mourner's Kaddish, because there are those who are with us who are mourning and relying on there being a Mourner's Kaddish in Psuke de Zimra, so we will say that after this. It's taken from Psalm 27, which we start saying on the first day of Elul. We say all the way through the end of Hoshana Rabbah. The song we're going to sing has playfully changed around the first word. In the original, it's lecha, which is the word that means to you or for you on your behalf in the masculine. The way this song was composed, as you hear, is changing it to lach, which both looks like the feminine, so it's playing with the notion of addressing the feminine emanation of God. Also, lecha and lach are somewhat interchangeable in biblical Hebrew. It's a line that nobody has any idea what it means, because within the few number of words is a strange pretzel of a syntax. Maybe the author is saying, lach, or lecha, to you, God, amar libi, my heart said, bakshu fanai. So it might mean that my heart said to you, addressing you, commanding you, God, search out my face. Some people read the lecha as not being to you, but on your behalf. My heart, something welled up in my heart, basically speaking to me, but in your name, God, meaning my heart was telling me from God, bakshu fanai, seek my face, meaning seek God's face. We'll never know which one it meant. But we do know that the second line is more easily understood. Et panecha Adonai abakesh. Now it's the author addressing God directly. Your face I am requesting, I'm seeking. Which makes me prefer the first reading of the first line, because it's so strange and wonderful to imagine our being able to say to God, you seek me out. I'm going to seek you out. That's why I come to pray. That's why I come to meditate. But what's your role in this, Holy One? So, lecha amar libi, deep inside my heart, I said to you, hey, hineni, I'm here, I'm ready, I'm open, I'm available, bakshu fanai, come seek me out. With that possible reading in mind, I want to invite you all to close your eyes. use the power of your mind to remember what this moment looks like, even though all you're seeing right now is darkness and perhaps colors penetrating your mind because of the light in the area. But see yourself in your chair, where you are vis-a-vis the circle, where you are vis-a-vis the tent. And hold on to that spatial locus to be grounded and know exactly where you are and with whom you are in this moment. And I include those who are joining digitally because you are with us in this moment. And then also let your mind and your consciousness soar beyond this spot on the map. And kind of watch yourself with curiosity as you travel, as you float, as you wander and meander, so that this moment is not just here and now, but everywhere and beyond time. If you haven't already, place your feet flat on the surface beneath you to equalize the pressure in your body, to feel that point of contact with the earth, with this home that we all share. And try to go to any place in your body that is holding undue tension, any muscle that is flexing that doesn't need to be, relax it, so that your body is experiencing this moment as a passive massage, as a release, a relief, a letting go, a luxury. Whatever your theology, whatever your image is of God, if there is even one, whatever is conjured when someone says Adonai or Elohim or the Holy One or HaKadosh Baruch Hu or Ribono Shel Olam, the Master of the Universe, perhaps a melange of all of those images. Imagine your heart turning to that God, to that multiplicities within the singular God, and saying with earnestness and a little bit of righteous chutzpah, Bakshu fanai, you, God, seek me out. I have made myself present. I have opened up my soul. I have conditioned myself to be ready. I am looking for you. Please, you look for me. Bakshu fanai. You search me out. You demand my presence. And we will meet where those two desires find each other, and perhaps something beautiful and unexpected will be born. we'll transition from meditation to song. Whether you may keep your eyes open or closed, whatever is most comfortable for you.
Lach amar libi bakshu fanai Lach amar libi bakshu fanai et panaich havaya avakesh et panaich havaya avakesh Lach amar libi bakshu fanai Lach amar libi bakshu fanai et panaich havaya avakesh et panaich havaya avakesh Lach amar libi bakshu fanai Lach amar libi bakshu fanai Mourner's Kaddish, page 46. Yit gadal ve'yit kadash shemei Rabba be'alma divra chirutei ve'amlich malchutei b'chayechon u'v'yomechon u'v'chayei d'chol beit Israel ba'agala u'vizman kari ve'imru amen. Yehei shemei Rabba mevarach leolam lomei almaya. Yit barach ve'yishtabach ve'yit pa'ar ve'yit ramam ve'yit naseh ve'yit hadar ve'yit aleh ve'yit halal shemei dekudesha b'richu le'ela mikol birchata ve'shirata tush bechata ve'nechemata da'amiran be'alma ve'imru amen. Yehei shalama rabba min shemaya V'chayim aleinu ve'al kol Yisrael ve'imru amen. Oseh shalom b'mromav, hu ya'aseh shalom aleinu ve'al kol Yisrael ve'imru amen.
Song 5.
We'll turn to number 6. And as we're making our way through Psukei de Zimra, and these verses are verses that come from all over the Psalms. And within the Psalms, we sort of have every swath of human emotion just sort of buried in the Psalms. And if we could pull them out, all these are different. Most of these Psalms in the beginning of Psukei de Zimra are hybrid Psalms, a verse from here and a verse from there on different themes, making our way towards figuring out what it is that we're feeling as we wake up in the morning. That's what this part of Tefillah is all about. It's centering ourselves, grounding ourselves, and saying, this is what I need in order to avo vetecha, in order to enter into your house. And by the time we get to sort of this section of the Psalms, we're trying to, now that we're feeling grounded, now that we're feeling our feet under us, our feet planted, and we're moving into that feeling of energy that's going to carry us through the rest of the Tefillah. And this psalm is one that we sing. It's in the liturgy for every day, but it's the psalm that we sing on Friday night at the very end of Kabbalat Shabbat. And it's the closing piece of Kabbalat Shabbat. It's this is supposed to sort of sum everything up, tie everything in a knot, and bring us into Shabbat together. And there's a lot of nature metaphors all throughout Kabbalat Shabbat. And this one is all about the waters. The crashing waters, the rivers, the sounds, the rushing. And if you've ever been near a large body of water, which I assume most of us in Los Angeles have, it can get pretty loud. One of the things that I miss most about being in Columbus after having lived in Chicago, New York, and Los Angeles is having a large body of water nearby. We have a nice little creek that runs through the neighborhood, but it's not really the same. But the waters are powerful, and experiencing the sounds that happen when you're near a body of water, it opens you up to what's happening. Right, our bodies are made up of mostly water, and this psalm is particularly saying that louder than the crashes of the waves in the water, faster than the rivers, louder and more powerful is the voice of God. And if the voice of God is that loud, how could we not hear it? And so we sing this when we sort of ground ourselves. This melody, hopefully you'll sort of feel like you're stepping onto the waves of the sea. You're walking onto a ship and you're being rocked by the waves like Jonah. And how could we not notice where that voice is coming from? So where is it coming from today? Where do you hear the voice of God as we sing number 6 together? Ay 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 nay 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 da 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 ay da 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 ay 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 nay nay da 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 ay da 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 ay 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 nay nay da 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 ay da 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 ay 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 da 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 ay da 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 ya da da ya da da ay ay ya da da ya da da ya da da ay ay da da ya da da ya da da ay ay ya da da ya da da ya da da ay ay da nasu neharot Adonai nasu neharot kolam nasu neharot Adonai yisu neharot toch yam Mikolot mayim rabim madirim mishpereyam Mikolot mayim rabim madir bamarom Adonai Yadanai Yadanai ay ay Yadanai 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 ay ay nay nay edotecha nemenu meod levetcha nava kodesh Adonai leorech yamim Yadanai Yadanai ay ay Yadanai Yadanai
If you need a few more minutes of meditation before you enter into the rest of your Rosh Hashanah Day 2 prayer, then this is a meditation. And if meditation is not your thing, then consider this a little bit more Torah. Just a little bit more on Psalm 27. This piece picks up where Lachamar Libi leaves off. Right at the part that you'll recognize written in song number 7, probably more than almost any other part of the psalm, because it's the part that we sing most often. And I don't know if it's causal or correlative, but it's also the piece that has the most songs that I know of written about it. Echad shalti me'etz Adonai, ota avakesh. One thing I ask from God, ota avakesh. This it is that I will request of you, that I ask of you. If you're deep in that meditative space, or if you're just thinking about the Torah and the grammar of it, think about the choice of words. Ota avakesh. There are 2 question words in that piece of the phrase. Achat sha'alti, one thing I've asked of you. And while there's no past tense and no future tense in the biblical Hebrew that makes up this psalm, it's interesting and it's curious. And I want us to lean into curiosity that sha'alti is in this past tense form, this lingering in the before. I've been asking you, God, this thing, but ota avakesh. I'm going to be asking ota. I'm going to be asking it of you. The Kedushat Levi, the Hasidic master, says, this is no accident. Ota avakesh is an instruction on how we can and should be. Not just Hayom, not just today, Tishrei, the day the world is born, not just tomorrow, every single day. Ota avakesh. It's a commitment to myself. It's a commitment to God and the relationship that I'm in with God. It's me letting God know about the kind of relationship I would like to be in with the divine. A relationship of curiosity. God, achat sha'alti, the one thing that I have to ask of you is that you allow me to be avakesh. I'm letting you know I am going to be mevakesh, mevakeshet. Every day, I'm going to be coming to you in tefillah or not, and I'm going to be making bakashot. I'm going to be making requests of you. I am going to be avakesh. The psalm could have said, the Kedushat Levi says, it could have read, ota mevakesh, but it doesn't. It says, ota avakesh, because it's a promise to myself, each of us makes, to be curious. What do you want to be avakesh about now, today, tomorrow, this year, in relationship with the divine, unafraid Lachamarli, be unafraid to approach the divine. You're letting God know every time you say this psalm, I'm going to be coming to you. I'm going to have questions about this world. I'm going to be confused. I'm going to be concerned. I am not going to know where to turn. And you know what? Ota avakesh. I'm going to come. Not necessarily in anger, though sometimes that may come, but with curiosity and with request for help. Ota avakesh. Achalti met Adonai ota avakesh. Achalti met Adonai ota avakesh. Beveit Adonai kol yemei chayai lachazot benoam benoam Adonai ulevaker beichalot lachazot benoam benoam Adonai ulevaker beichalot. Achat shalti met Adonai ota avakesh. Achat shalti met Adonai ota avakesh. Shivti beveit Adonai kol yemei chayai lachazot benoam benoam Adonai ulevaker beichalot lachazot benoam benoam Adonai ulevaker beichalot.
Song 8. Hallelujah. 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 Adonai min hashamayim. Hallelujah. B'merogah. Hallelujah. Melachai. Hallelujah. Kosev ha'av. Hallelujah. Shemesh ve'yareach. Hallelujah. Kol chochvei or. Hallelujah. Shemei hashamayim le'amayim. Asher me'al hashamayim. Yeah, hallelujah. Shem Adonai ki hu tziva v'nivra'u v'ya'amidem le'ad le'olam. Chok natan v'lo yavor. Yeah, hallelujah. Shem Adonai ki hu tziva
Sukkot Zimra on Shabbat Yantif ends with an extended set of paragraphs beginning with the words Nishmat Kochai, another one of the lines from liturgy which we could hold up as a mantra, in the sense that if we only leaned into this one idea over these days, it would be sufficient. Nishmat Kochai, may the breath, may the soul, the very essence of everything that is alive, Tivarech et Shimcha, bless your name, God. Sometimes it can be read as increase your name. So as we come to the end of this Hama'alot experience, using this beautiful music by Joey Weisenberg, try to find the most core aspect of your neshama, your neshima, your breath and your soul, and see if you can find your way to using it to bring even greater abundance to this holy, blessed world. Nishmat kol chai tivarech et shimcha
Avinu Malkeinu, Chorneinu Aneinu. Avinu Malkeinu, Chorneinu Aneinu, Ki ein banu masi, masei imanu, tzedakah v'chesed, asei imanu, tzedakah v'chesed, ve'hoshienu.
And now, just maybe, we're ready to start praying. Hope everyone had a meaningful experience at Psuke Hama'alot. We're now going to divide into two different davening communities. Rabbi Chorny and I will be leading out here, where I'll be giving the same sermon I gave in the sanctuary yesterday. Rabbi Schatz, Rabbi Warshawsky going inside the sanctuary. Those of you who are on this Zoom, if you want to continue with Rabbi Schatz, Rabbi Chorny, Rabbi Warshawsky, it's the Zoom link for the sanctuary. Those who are staying, if you could help us very quickly reorient the chairs that have been made into a circle towards the front, kind of more like a semicircle, but approaching the front, that would be great. We're going to move this table out as well, and we'll get started in just a minute.
Amen.
everyone. Boker Tov again. Welcome to Shana Tova. While we're waiting for all of the technology to be set up, we encourage you to find your seats. We're going to begin in a moment on page 69. So again, we're going to begin with the second paragraph on page 69 with Hamelech. In just a minute. Go into Shaharit with the Nigun. Gujantiv to those who are here in person, Gujantiv to those watching on Zoom. We like welcoming as many names as we can so you feel a part of this. So I know I can't see everyone, but welcome and Shana Tova to Batya and to Ilan Spar and to Richard Levy from Northern California and to Lisa and Brian and to Gary Marlise and to, who is that? And to Larry Rosenstein and to Jacques Van Damme and to extended members of the Selk family and to David Bloom and to the Nemitzes and to Rena and Perry Horowitz and to Jay Warshawsky and to Louis Unger and to Jennifer Lowe and family and to Rebecca Hurwitz and family and to Diane and Steve and to others who I know are there. I just can't see the names from here. to Tzvi is there, and to Deborah Cheriton, and to Lisa. And again, if I haven't mentioned your name, it's not because I don't want to, I just don't see you. So welcome as we start our davening on the second paragraph on page 69 with HaMelech. HaMelech Yoshev al Kisei Ram Benisa Shochenat Marom Vekadosh Shemo Vechatuv Rananu Tzadikim Badonai La Yesharim Nabatehila Befi Yesharim Titromam Uvdivrei Tzadikim Titbarach Uvilshon Chasidim Titgadash Uvekerev Kedoshim Tithalal Uvmakalot Rivavot Amcha Beisvel Barina Barshalah Lahodot lehalel, leshabeach lefaer, leromem lehader, lebareich laleu kaleis, al kol direi shiro v'tishbechot. David ben Yishai, Abdecha Meshichecha, please rise. Yishtabach shimcha la'ad malkeinu machilot. Bracho v'rorot me'ata v'yad olam baruch ata Adonai. El Melech Gadol Batishbachot, El Adod Adon Niflaot, Habocher B'Shirei Zimra, Melech El Cheolamim. We rise, or you're already risen, and we remain standing as the ark is open as we sing Psalm 130. I'll say a line in Hebrew, and you repeat after me as best as you can in Hebrew or in the transliteration on the left-hand side or in the English. Shir Hamalot mimamakim kraticha Adonai.
Shir Hamalot mimamakim kraticha Adonai.
Adonai shima bekoli tienos necha kashuvot lekol tachanunai.
Adonai shima bekoli tienos necha kashuvot lekol tachanunai.
Im avonot tishmor ya Adonai miyamot.
Im avonot tishmor ya Adonai.
Ki imcha haslicha leman tivarei.
Ki imcha haslicha leman tivarei.
Ki viti Adonai ki v'tanavshi v'lidvaro hochalti.
Ki viti Adonai ki v'tanavshi v'lidvaro hochalti.
Nafshi l'Adonai mi shomerim laboker shomerim laboker.
Nafshi l'Adonai mishomerim laboker, shomerim laboker.
Yachel Yisrael el Adonai ki im Adonai hachesed v'harbe imo fedut.
Yachel Yisrael el Adonai ki im Adonai hachesed v'harbe imo fedut.
Ve'u yifted Yisrael mikol avonotav.
Ve'u yifted Yisrael mikol avonotav.
Yitkadal v'yitkadash Shemei Rabbah Be'alma divra chirutei V'yamlich malchutei B'chayechon uvyomechon Uv'chayei dechol beit Yisrael B'gala u'vizman kariv V'yemeru Amen. Yehi Shmer Rabba Mavorach Le'olam Le'omei Omaya Yitbarach V'yishtabach V'yitpar V'yitromam V'yitnasei V'yitahadar V'yit'aleh V'yithalal Shemei Kudesha Berichu Le'ela Le'ela Mikol Birchata V'shirata Tushbechata V'nechemata Damiran Behoma V'Yemeru Amen. We're about to say the Baruch 171, but you're going to go on a tour of the Machzor with me for a second. In order to make services a little more time manageable, we didn't do as much surgery this year as we did last year when we fit all of High Holiday services into 2 hours, but there is some truncation. And what that means is, turn to the page 80 for a second. Normally on the bottom of page 80, we'd all go into our quiet Amidah on page 11, and then we would sing with the Chazan, with the leader, for the repetition of the Amidah. We're not going to do that this time. So when we get to the bottom of page 80, just turn the page to page 81, and as I begin the blessings of the Amidah, you should as well. Don't just wait for me. Sing along with me as best you can. We'll say page 81 together, 82 together. At the top of page 83, where it says the letter Aleph, many congregations recite this pute responsively. We're not going to do that, and I'm telling you this now because I can't interrupt my own Amidah at that point to give you instructions. We're going to turn 2 pages to 85, so look at 85. We're going to do that one together where I'm going to recite each line, and you're going to repeat it, even though the instructions are the opposite. And then the bottom 85, we're going to say the Kedusha responsively on 86. On page 87, I'm going to sing those paragraphs out loud. You can sing them along with me if you can. And then finally, at the top of page 88, when we get to that blessing on the 4th line, that's when we'll go from being out loud and we'll continue the rest of the Amidah in quiet. I'll give you one more instruction, and it's okay if you don't remember it. When you're going through your quiet Amidah and you get to the top of page 91, skip the top 2 paragraphs, because that's only for a repetition. I and Rabbi Chorny and the Holy One will forgive you if you don't remember all of that, but I wanted to give you that little tour through the Machzor. We're now on page 71 for the Baruch Hu, after which you may be seated. Baruch Hu et Adonai Hamvorach.
Baruch Adonai Hamevorach Leolam Vahed.
Baruch Adonai Hamevorach Leolam Vahed. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam yotzer or uvorei choshech oseh shalom uvorei et hakol or olam b'yotzar chaim orod me'ofel amar vayehi hamil ars ladim larach ma rabu masechanai kulam b'chak. Kulam Aovim, Kulam Burim, Kulam Giborim, V'chulam Osim Beima, Uvirav Etzon Konam, V'chulam Pachim Behem Midushav Torah, V'shira Uvzimra, Umvarchim Shabachim Ufa'arim, Umaritzim Umaktishim, Umamlichim, Et Shem Ha'elam Melech HaGdul HaGibor V'navashu. V'chulam mekablim alem u'mechut shamayim zeh mizeh v'nodim reshut zeh lazeh lakdish yeshram benachad ruach b'safav rabbanim ha'kedosha kulam kechad onim yorim b'yirah kadosh 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 Adonai tzvaot melech ha'aretz kavodo v'alfanim b'chayot ha'kodesh b'rash gadol v'nasim liumat serafim liumatam v'shabchim b'yomrim baruch kevod Adonai mimkomo li'el baruch t'motom. Kamor leoserim gedolim ki leolam chasto or chadash al Tzion tayir v'nizkechu lanu meira leoro baruch atah Adonai hayotzer hameorot ahava rabav tanu Adonai lechem l'abduot rachmatim u'kayem kol divrei Talmud Toratech b'yava b'aranim Toratech b'dakim. Bavinu l'shalom yarbakan fot haaretz v'tolicheinu kumyut li'artzeinu ki el puel yeshuot ata uvana b'charta mikol am v'lashon בקרב תנו שמך גדול באמת, להודות לך על יחדך באהבה, ברוך אתה אדוני, הבוחר בעמו ישראל, באהבה. שמע ישראל, אדוני אלוהינו, Adonai Echad. You have to edit that way. Adonai Elohechem emet, v'yatziv nechom v'kayam yishav v'naman v'hu לדור בדור קיים ושמו קיים וחיסון נכון ומלכותו ואמונתו לעד קיים עדות ורב חיים וקיימים נאמנים נחמדים ליד ליום העולמים. אמת שאתה הוא אדוני אלוהינו ואלוהי אבותינו מלכנו מלך אבותינו גואלנו גואל אבותינו יוצרנו צור ישועתנו פודנו מצילנו מעולם שמך אין אלוהים זולתך עזרת אבותינו אתה הוא מעולם מגינו מושיל לבני מחמל דור ודור. Tehillah le'el elyon baruch hu vorach Moshe b'nei Yisrael lachanu shira besimcha rabba v'yamru chulam mi chamocha ba'alim Adonai mi kamocha nedar b'kodesh nora tehilot osefele shira chadasha shivchu gehulim לשמחה על שפת הים, יחד כולם הודו, והמליכו ויאמרו, אדוני ימלוך לעולם ועד, צור ישראל, קומה בעזרת ישראל, ובטח נאומך, יהודה בן ישראל, Go Aleinu Adonai Tzvaot Shemo Kedosh Yisrael Baruch Atah Adonai Gal Yisrael Adonai Tzvatai Tiftach Ufi Yagi Tehilatecha Baruch Atah Adonai Eloheinu Elohei Avoteinu Elohei Abraham Elohei Yitzchak Elohei Hagadol, Hagibor, Behanora, El Elyon, Gomel, Chasadim Tovim, Vekonei Hakol, Vezocher, Chastei Avot, Umevi Goel, Livnei B'neihem, למען שמו באהבה מסוף חכמים ונבונים ומלמד דת מבינים אפתחה פי בתפילה ובתחנונים אוי לחלות אוי לחנן פני מלך מלכי המלכים ואדוני האדונים זוכרנו לחיים מלך חפץ בחיים וכותבנו בספר החיים למענך אלוהים חיים מלך עוזר ומושיע ומגן אתה אדוני מגן אברהם אתה גיבור לעולם אדוני בחיי מתים אתה רב להושיע מכלכל חיים בחסד בחיי מתים ברחמים סומך נופלים ורופא חולים ומתיר אסורים ומקיים אמונתו לשני עפר מי כמוך בעל גבורות ומי דומה לך מלך ממית ומחיה ומצמיח ישועה מי כמוך אבא רחמים זוכר יצוריו לחיים ברחמים ונאמן אתה להחיות מתים ברוך אתה אדוני מחיי המתים ימלוך אדוני לעולם אלוהי ציון לדור ודור הללויה ואתה קדוש יושב תהילות ישראל תהילות ישראל אל נא ובכן לך הכל יכתירו לי אל עורך דין לבוכן לבבות ביום דין לגולי עמוקות בדין
לבוכן לבבות ביום דין לגולי עמוקות בדין
לדובר מישרים ביום דין להוגה דעות בדין
לדובר מישרים ביום דין להוגה דעות בדין
לוותיק ויוסר חסד ביום דין לזוכר בריתו בדין
לוותיק ויוסר חסד ביום דין לזוכר בריתו בדין
לחומל מעשה ביום דין לטהר חוסיו בדין
לחומל מעשה ביום דין לטהר חוסיו בדין
ליודע מחשבות ביום דין לחובש כסו בדין
ליודע מחשבות ביום דין לחובש כסו בדין
ללובש צדקות ביום דין למוחל עוונות בדין
ללובש צדקות ביום דין למוחל עוונות בדין
לנורא תהילות ביום דין לסולח לעמוסה בדין
לנורא תהילות ביום דין לסולח לעמוסה בדין
לעונה לקורא ביום דין din lefoel rachamav badin.
Leonhei lekorha v'yomtin lefohel rachamav badin.
Letzofea nistarot beyom din lekone avadav badin.
Letzofei nistarot v'yomtin lekonhei avadav badin.
Lerachem amo beyom din leshomer ohav badin letomech temima beyom din.
Lerachem amo b'yom din l'shomer ha'avav badin l'tomech temimav b'yom din.
Uvechein lecha telek tusha ki ata Eloheinu melech. Nekadesh et shimcha ba'olam כשם שמקדישים אותו בשמי מרום ככתוב והיד נביאך וקרא זהו זה
Kadosh, 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 Adonai Tzvaot Melech Haaretz Kevodo.
Kadosh, 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 Adonai Tzvaot Melech Haaretz Kevodo. Az b'kol rash Kadosh Ahadir b'chazak Mahashmiim kol Mitnasiim liumat tzrafim Leyumatam Baruch Yomeru. Baruch Adonai mimkom echa malkeinu tofia betim loch aleinu ki mechakim anachnu lach matai timloch betzion bekarov biyameinu leolam bo'et tishkon תתגדל ותתקדש בתוך ירושלים עירך לדור ודור לנצח נצחים בעינינו תראנה מלכותך כדבר האמור בשירי עוזך על ידי דוד משיח צדקך ימלוך אדוני לעולם ועד לדור ודור הללויה לדור ודור נגיד גודלך ולנצח נצחים קדושתך נקדיש בשבחך אלוהינו מפינו לא ימוש לעולם ועד כי המלך קדוש וקדוש אתה ובכן תן פחדך אדוני אלוהינו על כל מעשיך ואימתך על כל מה שבראת ויראוך כל המעשים וישתחוו לפניך כל הבירורים ויעשו כולם אגודה אחת לעשות רצונך בלבב שלם כמו שידענו אדוני אלוהינו שעל שלטון לפניך עוז בידך וגבורה במיניך ושמך נורא על כל מה שבראת ובכן תהן כבוד אדוני עמך ובכן תהן כבוד אדוני לעמך תהילה ליראך ותקווה לדורשך ופתחון פלם יחלים לך תהילה ליראך ותקווה לדורשך ופתחון פלם יחלים לך שמחה לארצך וששון ליראך וצמיחת קרן לדוד עבדך בריחת נר לבן ישי משיחך במהרה בימינו
ובכן צדיקים יראו וישמחו, ובכן צדיקים יראו וישמחו, וישרים ילוזו בחסידים ברינה, בחסידים ברינה יגילו, וישרים וישרים ילוזו ילוזו, וחסידים חסידים ברינה יגילו. ועולת התקווה צפיה בכל רשע כולה כעשן תכלה, כי תעביר ממשלת זדון מן הארץ, ותמלוך אתה אדוני לבדך על כל מעשיך, בהר ציון משכן כבודך, ובירושלים עיר קודשך. ככתוב בדברי קודשך, ימלוך אדוני לעולם, אלוהי ציון לדור ודור. הללויה. קדוש אתה בנורא שמך, ויין אלוה מבלעדיך. ככתוב ויגבה אדוני צבאות במשפט, ואל הקדוש נקדש בצדקה. ברוך אתה אדוני המלך הקדוש. Still in your quiet Amidah, please continue at your own pace. We continue, page 92. Please remain standing as the ark is open. Stuart, would you mind opening the ark? As we begin Avinu Malkeinu, we'll pick up in the middle of the page responsively and then sing together at the end. Avinu Malkeinu chatanu lefanecha, Avinu Malkeinu lemecha, Avinu Malkeinu.
Avinu Malkeinu, Achazirenu B'tshuva Shlema Lefanecha. Avinu Malkeinu, Shalach Refuah Shlema L'cholei Amecha. Avinu Malkeinu, Zochrenu B'zikaron Tov Lefanecha. Avinu Malkeinu, Kotfeinu B'Sefer Chayim Tovim. Avinu Malkeinu, Kotfeinu B'Sefer Gula V'Yeshua. Avinu Malkeinu, Kotfeinu B'Sefer Parnasa V'Chalkala. Avinu Malkeinu, Kotfeinu B'Sefer Zechuyot. Avinu Malkeinu, Kotfeinu B'Sefer Slicha U'Mechila. Avinu Malkeinu Atzmach Lanu Shabbat, Avinu Malkeinu. Avinu Malkeinu Aselaman Ba'esh Va'esh V'mayim Akidush Shemecha. Avinu Malkeinu Aselaman Chaim Lo Lemanenu. Avinu Malkeinu Chorneinu V'aleinu. Avinu Malkeinu Chorneinu V'aleinu, Ki ein banu masim aseh imanu tzedakah v'chesed. Aseh imanu tzedakah v'chesed Ve'hoshienu. Close to the ark. Just the inside. Yitkadal v'yitkadash shemei Rabbi. Be'almadi brachirute ve'amlich malchute. B'chayechon u'b'yomechon. Uv'chayei dechol beit Yisrael, v'gala u'bizman kariv, ve'yimeru amen. Yehei shmei Rabba mevorach, le'olam le'omei omaya, omaya yitbarach, yitbarach ve'yishtabach, ve'yitpa'ar ve'yitromam, V'yitnaseh, v'yittadar, v'yittaleh, v'yittalal, Shemei dekudesha, Shemei dekudesha berichu, le'ela min kol birchata, v'shirata tushbechata, v'henechemata, Damiran beyoma ve'yimeru amen. Titkabal tzeloton uvauton dechol Yisrael kodam avuon divishmaya ve'yimeru amen. Yehei shlam araba min shemaya V'chaim aleinu v'al kol Yisrael ve'yimeru amen. Oseh shalom bimromav, yaseh shalom aleinu ve'al kol Yisrael ve'yimeru amen. We continue with the Torah service, page 96. Ein kamocha be'Elohim Adonai, v'ein kema'asecha, malchutecha malchut kol olamim, u'memshaltecha b'chol dor v'dor. Adonai melech, Adonai malach, Adonai imloch le'olam va'ed. Adonai oz le'amo yitein, Adonai yivarech et amo v'shalom. Av harachamim heitiv avirtzoncha et Zion. Tivnei chomot Yerushalayim ki becha levad batachnu melech el ram benisa Adon olamim. Vayehi binso Aharon vayomer Moshe Kuma Adonai v'yafutzu oivecha v'yanusu misanecha mipanecha ki mitzion tetzei Torah ki mitzion tetzei Torah udevar Adonai Mi Yerushalayim Baruch Shenatan Torah Torah Baruch Shenatan Torah Torah Le'amo Yisrael B'kedushato Adonai Adonai El Rachum V'Chanun Erech Apayim V'Rav Chesed V'Yemet Notzer Chesed L'Alafim Nosei Avon V'Fesha V'Chata V'Nakeh Adonai Adonai El Rachum V'Chanun Erech Apayim V'Rav Chesed V'Yemet Notzer Chesed L'Alafim Nosei Avon V'Fesha V'Chata V'Nakeh Adonai Adonai El Rachum V'Chanun Erech Apayim V'Rav Chesed V'Yemet Notzer Chesed L'Alafim Nosei Avon V'Fesha V'Chata V'Nakeh Avinu Makinu Adon Shalom Ozrein V'Shin L'Shken Tamid L'Echod B'Midat Hashem L'Ashem Yehi l'rasonim refi v'gon libi v'lefanecha Adonai tzuri v'goali v'ani tefilati lecha Adonai ein ratzon Elohim berov chastecha Aneini, Aneini, Behemet Ishecha, Vani Tefilati Lecha Adonai. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Echad Eloheinu, Gadol Adonenu, Kadosh v'norah Shemo. Gadlu Adonai Uneromema Shemo Yachtav Lecha Adonai Agedula V'Agevur V'Hatiferet V'Netzach V'Havod Kicho B'Shamayim U'Ba'aretz Kicho B'Shamayim U'Ba'aretz Lecha Adonai Hama'alot
Adonai Eloheinu, Ve'yishakavu, Ve'yishakavu, Romemu, Romemu, Adonai Eloheinu, Ve'yishakavu, Ve'yishakavu, Le'har Kodsho, Le'har Kodsho.
You may be seated, everyone. And again, good morning. Again, good gentif to those here on Ziering Field, to those who are joining us digitally. Just a minute, we'll be reading the painful, important, challenging, and scrutable text of the binding of Isaac. There's a quip in Israel that is shared. I'll say it in Hebrew because for those who understand Hebrew, it's better in Hebrew, and I'll translate it, and it's still good in English, but it's better in Hebrew. The quip is that what is a secular, totally non-religious Zionist's mantra? Ein Elohim v'hu natan lanu et haaretz. There is no God, and He gave us the land. Right? It's a way of referring to the militancy or the passion of a non-religious center right-wing Zionist. There's a theological version of this. What does an honest biblical monotheist say? We have one God, so which one will you pray to? One God, indivisible, and also infinitely divisible. There are infinite images and tones with respect to God in our texts and that exist in our hearts. My friend and teacher, Rabbi Lauren Birkin, talks about different models and covenants and modes of relationship between us and God that are modeled in the Torah. Noah walked with God, expressing obedience, and God responds with a covenant, with a promise. Avraham, in one parsha from which this Torah reading is taken, argues vehemently with God about the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah, and then goes very submissive and seems to surrender in the reading we're about to read. And the response to this very different way of interacting, God makes a covenant and a promise. My friend and teacher, Rabbi Barry Dov Katz, adds to Rabbi Birkin's formulation. He says, Hannah, whom we read about in yesterday's Haftarah, she's heartbroken. She prays with abandon. She promises that if she's granted a child, she'll dedicate it to God's service. And the response, again, different approach. God makes a covenant and a promise in return. And the Haftarah we're going to read in a few minutes from Jeremiah, where the prophet says, Ahavat olam ahavtich, in God's name, I've loved you with an everlasting love. a promise of how to act to draw the other close to you in loving kindness. And then Jeremiah says, "V'hafachti evlam l'sason," I'll turn their mourning, their sadness into joy. Following up a promise with action of God's own. Then there's the model of Esther, where the relationship with God is one of silence. That's also a mode. Rabbi Birkin says, the collective impact of all of these models and many more is that it opens up a future in which Jews can have collectively and even individually within themselves multiple religious postures. Multiple gods, as it were, if that's safe to say from the Bima. Just as we have multiple roles with parents and friends, our children, although they're all one person to us, there are multiple modes of relating to the Holy One. A mode of obedience and submission, a mode of fear and awe, a mode of promise and follow-up, a mode of cosmic argument with the divine, a mode of heartbreak and then hopefully healing, a mode of love and joy and partnership and sometimes silence. So as we go into one of those that Abraham exemplifies in this reading, a question which we can ask ourselves, maybe we should, is, which of those modes do you choose this year? And which of those modes do you seek in this very moment? The Torah reading for the second day of Rosh Hashanah can be found on page 103. And let's go. V'yazor b'gim v'shilachol chosim bo'en amar amen hakol havu golon nucha bod la Torah yahamdu yamod Israel Eliezer ben Lev Yosef Yehudi Laliyaru Shana Baruch Shonatan Torah leMoshe b'Kedushato v'atem madbikim lo'echem chayim kolchem hayom. I know.
Do you want that?
It's always better to have it sitting on the video.
Baruch Hanai Barach Elam Boed.
Asher b'achrabanu mikol amin v'natan lanu et Torato Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen.
Amen. Vayehi achar hadvarim haele v'haElohim nisa et Abraham vayomer elach Abraham vayomer hineni vayomer kachna et bincha et yechidcha asher ahavta et Yitzchak v'lech lecha el eretz haMoriah v'halehu sham le'la al achad ha'arim asher achar elecha omar elecha vayashkem Abraham baboker vayachavosh et chamoro vayikach et shnei narav ito ve'et Yitzchak beno ויכה את שאולה, ויקום וילך אל המקום אשר אמר לו האלוהים.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher natan lanu Torat emet, v'chei olam nata betochenu. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen. Ya'amdu. Shulamit bat Avraham, Aaron bet Zipporah viet, Ariel ben Rafuel Uvracha Yashniya. Top of 104. Is Deborah reading?
Thank you. Oh, that's going to be the least of my issues. Hi. She's the next one. Oh, that's bad. Where is she? Well, yeah, we're totally on it. We're just mixed up with numbers. Sorry. We're learning how to count this year.
Baruch et Adonai Hamborach.
Baruch Adonai Hamborach Leolam Vahed.
Baruch Adonai Hamborach Leolam Vahed. Baruch et Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher bachar banu mikol ha'amim v'natan lanu et Torato. Baruch et Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen.
Amen. Bayom hashlishi. Vayisa Avraham et einav. Vayar tamakom merachok. Vayomer merachok. Vayomer Avraham el ne'arav. Shivu lachem pa'im hachamor. Vani v'hanar nelcha ad ko. V'nishtachave v'nashuva alechem. Vayikach Avraham et atzei ha'olah. Vayasem al Yitzchak beno. Vayikach beyado et ha'esh v'et ha'machelet. Vayalchu shnehem yachdav. Vayomer Yitzchak el Avraham avi. Vayomer avi. Vayomer hineni beni. Vayomer hine ha'esh v'ha'etzim. Ve'ayeh hasela olah. Vayomer Avraham Elohim Yir Elohaseh Le'olah beni. Vayalchu shnechem yachdav.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher natan lanu Torat emet, v'chayei olam nata b'tochenu. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen. Ya'amdu. Naomi bat Yitzchak ubeila eta viet. Viet Zev ben Menachem layashli sheet. Middle of 104.
Baruch Hu et Adonai Hamvarach.
Baruch Adonai Barach Le'olam Vaed.
Baruch Adonai Hamvarach Le'olam Vaed. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher bachar banu mikol ha'amim v'natan lanu et Torato. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen. Vayavo el hamakom asher amar lo Elohim. Vayiben sham Abraham et hamizbeach, vaya'aroch et ha'etzim, vaya'akod et Yitzchak beno, vayasem oto al hamizbeach, mima'al ha'etzim. Vayishlach Abraham et yado, vayikach et hama'achelet, lishchot et beno, vayikra be'elav malach Adonai min hashamayim, vayomer Abraham, vayomer hineni, vayomer al tishlach yadcha el hana'ar, ve'al hata'as lo me'uma ki ata yadati ki yireh Elohim ata lo chasachta et bincha yichidcha mimeni. Vayisa Abraham et einav Vayar v'hine ayil echad nechaz basbach bekarnav. Vayelech Abraham vayikach et ha'ayil vayalehu le'ola tachat beno. Vayikra Abraham Shem hamakom ahu Adonai Yira'eh. Asher Ya'amer Hayom Behar Adonai Yira'eh.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher natan lanu Torah emet v'chayei olam nata b'tochenu. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen. Ya'amdu. Dov Be'er Ben. Shmuel Yisachar. V'sarivka v'et. Leah bat. Leah Haravi'id. Before the fourth Aliyah, we're going to cover the Torah for a second and say Mishaberach for Cholim, all those who are ill amongst our community of friends and family. I'll recite the list, and if there's a name you'd like inserted in the bracha, please rise in your place, whether you're here live with us or here with us digitally. I'll pause for enough time for everyone to say their names, and then we'll continue the bracha. Mishaberach Abateinu Avram Yitzchak v'Yakov V'Imotenu Sarah Rivka Rachel B'Leah V'Varech V'Rapeh Kol HaCholim V'Kol HaCholot B'Kilak Tosha Hazod Et Zahava Yafa Bat Esther V'Rivka Bat Pesha V'Catherine Bat Sarah V'Harab Yaakov Baruch Ben Uri V'Chava V'Et Yosef Menachem Medel Ben Gittel V'Et Yehuda Ben Abraham B'Sarah V'Et Fedel Bat Rachel V'Et Metuka Sarah Bat Shenel Golda V'Et Bela Esther Gittel Bat Fega V'Et Ben Sion Ben Gittel V'Et Eliyahu Ben Shena Shira V'Et Yelena Kramer V'Et Aharon Avram Ben Adina V'Et Rivka Bat Nachama V'Et Hillel Ben Yaakov V'Et Cyril Chana Bat Sivya V'Et Irisa Chana Bat Chasei Geula V'Et Avram Simcha Ben Avraham B'Sarah V'Et Saratzil Bat Miriam V'Et Menachem Ben Lili V'Et Yehuda Yisrael Ben Leah V'Et Shulamit Bat Miriam V'Et Mordechai Ben Esther V'Et Chaim Ben Sarah Leah V'Et Marion Bat Angelica V'Et Rivka Chana Bat Zipporah V'Et Lucy Leah Bat Dora V'Et Pinchas Ben Aliza V'Et Yehudit Bat Rivka V'Et Dani Ben Yamin Ben Tov Ben Arit V'Et Gershon Ben Chaim B'Diverta V'Et Sarah Bat David B'Dina V'Et Ahuva Naomi Bat Eti V'Et Taibel Bat Rachalea V'Et Paul Fitzpatrick V'Et Yael Bat Abraham Sarah V'Et Yonatan Pinchas Ben Dona Rivka Peril V'Et Eliana Bet Ariela V'Et Moshe Amos Ben Abraham Sarah V'Et Ruvain Ben Yeshua V'et harav Tziv Yechana bat Sarah v'yirachmiel Yosef v'et וכל החולים, הקדוש ברוך הוא ילמלא רחמים עליהם להחזיקם לרפאותם, ישלח להם מרפואה שלמה מן השמיים רפואת הנפש ורפואת הגוף בתוך שאר החולים, וישלח ברכה והצלחה בכל מעשה ידיהם עם כל ישראל אחיהם ונאמר amen. We wish a full and speedy recovery to everyone who we were thinking of and praying for today. Fourth Aliyah, page 105, second paragraph.
Baruch Adonai Barak.
Baruch Adonai Barak Le'olam Va'ed.
Baruch Adonai Barak Le'olam Va'ed. Baruch Atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher bachar banu mikol hamim v'natan lanu et Torato. Baruch Atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen.
Amen. Amen. Vayikra Malach Adonai el Avraham shenit min hashamayim Vayomer binishbati ne'um Adonai ki ya'an asher asita et hadavar hazeh v'lo chasakta et bincha et yechidecha ki varecha varechecha v'hirba arbe et zarecha kechokvei hashamayim v'chachol Asher al Svatayam Vayirash Zaracha Et Sha'ar Oivahav V'hitbarchu B'Zaracha Kol Goyei Ha'aretz Ekev Asher Shamata Be'kolihi Vayashav Avraham El Neherav Vayakumu Vayalchu Yachdav El Be'er Shahava Vayeshav Avraham Biver Shava.
Baruch Atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher natan lanu Torah and med v'chayei olam datah b'tachinu Baruch Atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen. Ya'amod. Baruch ben Chaim v'chan aliyah chamishi. Last paragraph on 105.
Baruch et Adonai Hamavarach.
Baruch Adonai Barak Le'olam Va'ed.
Baruch Adonai Barak Le'olam Va'ed. Baruch Atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher bachar banu mikol hamim v'natan lanu et Torato. Baruch Atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen.
Amen. Vayechi acharei hadevarim ha'ele vayugad le'Avraham lemor. Hine yada milka gam hi vanim lalachor achicha et utz bechoro ve'et buzachiv ve'et kemuel avi aram ve'et kesed ve'et chazazo ve'et pildash ve'et yidlav ve'et betuel uvtuel yalad et rivka shmona ele yalda milka lenachor achi Avraham ufilag sho ushma Roma avatelet gam hi et tevach ve'et gacham ve'et tachash ve'et macha.
Baruch Atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher natan lanu Torah emet Che'olam Nata B'Tochenu Baruch Atah Adonai Noten HaTorah.
Amen. Ya'amod Eli. Eliyahu ben Yechezkel Vetzipora Maftir. Please rise, Chasi Kaddish.
Yitzkatal v'yitzkata shmirapa v'yalmadi v'rakirati v'yamlich malchute b'chayei chonu v'yomei chonu v'chayitecho b'et Yisrael b'agala b'agala u'vizman kariv ve'imru amen yehi shmei rabba mevarach le'olam le'olam yitbarach v'yishabach v'yitbar v'yishaman v'yitnaseh Vitadar, vitalei, vitalal, shemid kudesha, verichu, liela, liela, min kol birchata v'shirata, tushvechata v'nechamata, damiram v'yam havimru, amen.
Yamdu hamagbiya v'hagolel, l'sefer rishon. Vezot HaTorah asher sam Moshe livnei b'nei Yisrael al pi Adonai v'yad Moshe Etzayimni l'machazikim ba'betum te'amerusha Etzayimni l'machazikim ba'betum te'amerusha The Maftir Aliyah, for which you can be seated, is the middle of page 106. Baruch Hashem Barach Le'olam Voed.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher bachar banu mikol ha'amim v'natan lanu et torato Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen.
Amen. ובחודש השביעי באחד לחודש מקרא קודש יהיה לכם כל מלאכת עבודה לא תעשו יום תרועה יהיה לכם ועשיתם עולה לריח ניחוח לאדוני פר במנקר אחד אל אחד כבשים בני שנה שבעה תמימים ומנחתם סולת בלולב השמן 13 עשרונים לפר 2 עשרונים לעיל ועשרון אחד לכבש האחד לשבעת הכבשים ושעיר עזים אחד חטאת לכפר עליכם מלבד עולת החודש ומנחתה ועולת התמיד ומנחתה ונזקיהם כמשפטם לריח ניחוח איש של אדוני.
ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו אשר נתן לנו תורת אמת, וחיי עולם נטע בתוכנו. ברוך אתה אדוני נותן התורה.
Amen. Yamdu Hamagbi Bahagolel at Sefer Sheni. Please rise. The second Torah is lifted. Israel al pi Adonai v'yad Moshe. Torah, Torah, Torah,
Torah, Torah, Torah, Torah, tziva lanu Moshe. Torah, 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 tziva lanu Moshe. Torah, 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 tziva lanu Moshe.
Torah, 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 tziva lanu Moshe. Morashat Kehilad Yaakov, Morashat Kehilad Yaakov, Morashat Kehilad Yaakov. Torah tziva lanu Moshe. As soon as the Torah is on its holder, you may be seated for the Haftarah for the second day of Rosh Hashanah, page 111.
ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם אשר בחר בנביאים טובים ורצה בדבריהם הנאמרים באמת. ברוך אתה אדוני הבוחר בתורה ובמשה עבדו ובישראל עמו ובנביאי האמת והצדק. כה אמר אדוני מצא חן במדבר עם שרידי חרב הלוך להרגיעו ישראל מרחוק. אדוני נראה לי ואהבת עולם מבטיח על כן משכתי חסד עוד אבנך ונבנית בתולת ישראל עוד תעדית ופייך ויצאת במחול משחקים עוד תדעי חמים בהרי שומרון נטו נוטים וחיללו. כי יש יום קהו נוצרים בהר אפרים קומו ונעלה ציון אל אדוני אלוהינו. כי כה אמר אדוני רנו ליעקב שמחה וצהלו בראש הגויים השמיעו הללו ואמרו הושע אדוני את עמך את שארית ישראל. הנני מביא אותם מארץ צפון וקיבצתי מירכתי הארץ בעם עיוור ופיסח הרע ויולדת יחדיו קהל גדול ישובו הנה. בבכי יבואו ובתחנונים הובילם הוליכם אל נחלי מים בדרך ישר לא ייכשלו בה כי הייתי לישראל לאב ואפרים בכורי הוא. שמעו דבר אדוני גויים והגידו באים ממרחק ואמרו מזרעי ישראל יקבצנו ושמרו כרועה דרור. כי פדה אדוני את יעקב וגאלו מיד חזק ממנו. ובאו ורננו במרום ציון ונהרו אל טוב אדוני, על דגן ועל תירוש ועל יצהר, ועל בני צאן ובקר, והייתה נפשם כגן רבה, ולא יוסיפו לדבה עוד. אז תשמח בתולה במחול, ובחורים וזקנים יחדיו, והפכתי אבלם לששון וניחמתים, ושימחתי מגונם. וריוויתי נפש הכהנים דשן, ועמי את טובי ישבעו נאום אדוני. כה אמר אדוני, קול ברמה נשמע נהי, בכי תמרורים, רחל מבכה על בניה, מענה להנחם על בניה כי איננו. כה אמר אדוני, מיני קולך מבכי, ועינייך מדמעה, כי יש שכר לפעולתך, נאום אדוני, ושבו מארץ אויב. ויש תקווה לאחריתך, נאום אדוני, ושבו בנים לגבולם. שמוע שמעתי אפרים מתנודד, יסתני ויבשר, כעגל לא לומד, השיבני ואשובה, כי אתה אדוני אלוהי. כי אחרי שובי ניחמתי, ואחרי עבדי ספגתי על ירך, בושתי וגם נכלמתי, כי נשאתי את חרפת נעורי. אבן יכיר לי אפרים, אם ילד שעשועים, כי מדי דברי בו, זכור אזכרנו עוד. על כן עמו מעי לו, רחם רחמנו, נאום אדוני. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם, צור כל העולמים, צדיק בכל הדורות, האל הנאמן, האומר ועושה, המדבר ומקיים, שכל דבריו אמת בצדק. נאמן אתה אדוני אלוהינו, ונאמנים דבריך, ודבר אחד מדבריך אחור לא ישוב ריקם, כי אל מלך נאמן ורחמן אתה. ברוך אתה אדוני האל הנאמן בכל דבריו. רחם על ציון כי בית חיינו, ולעלובת נפש תושיע במהרה בימינו. ברוך אתה אדוני משמח ציון בבניה. שמחנו אדוני אלוהינו באליהו הנביא עבדך, ובמלכות בית דוד משיחך. במהרה יבוא ויגל ליבנו, על כיסאו לא ישב זר, ולא ינחלו עוד אחרים את כבודו, כי בשם קודשך נשבעת לו, שלא יכבה נרו לעולם ועד. ברוך אתה אדוני מגן דוד.
אמן.
על התורה ועל העבודה ועל הנביאים ועל יום הזיכרון הזה, שנתת לנו אדוני אלוהינו לכבוד ולתפארת. על הכל אדוני אלוהינו אנחנו מודיעים לך ומברכים אותך. יתברך שמך בפי כל חי תמיד לעולם ועד, ודברך אמת וקיים לעד. ברוך אתה אדוני מלך על כל הארץ, מקדש ישראל. מלך על כל הארץ, מקדש ישראל. מלך על כל הארץ, הארץ מקדש ישראל ויום הזיכרון.
Amen. יישר כוח.
Shakoach to Eli. Is the sound okay? Can people hear in all the rows?
Yeah.
Okay. In a moment, we're going to say a prayer for our country and government, as we do pretty much every time our community and most every community I know of gathers, at least for Shabbat and holidays. Before we recite that prayer, I want to share these words and a miniature prayer of my own. Many of you know the basics of the story. The year was 1790. The Republic is new and young. And there is a fledgling Jewish community in Newport, Rhode Island. And the President of the United States of America, George Washington, is coming for a visit. And Washington's address, the one that he gave that day, has since become famous, including a line that I imagine many of you can say almost by heart. A government which to bigotry gives no sanction, to persecution no assistance. Fewer people know that in all likelihood, George Washington did not write those words, nor did one of his handlers, if that's the right phrase, but was probably written by a man by the name of Moshe Mendes Seixas, who was the brother of the religious leader of that community, Newport. He himself was a merchant, but he was a writer, and he apparently composed most of, if not the entirety, of the famous address given by President Washington, including that line. And then Washington reinforced that notion, making it even more famous in a letter that was sent back to the community afterwards, promising that the Jews would have liberty in this country and would not need to fear bigotry or persecution. Now, no person or country fully lives up to its most noble promises all the time. And yet this country has and continues to be a place for Jewish thriving and security, and mostly a refuge from anti-Semitism. It's certainly been a refuge from government-sponsored anti-Semitism. And that's why it's both scary and noteworthy that anti-Semitism once again is increasing dramatically in recent years. According to the ADL, Jews are the victims of the highest percent of hate crimes in our country. I've given complete sermons on this, including on the high holidays 2 years ago. I might feel the need to do so again in the future. Anti-Semitism comes in so many guises. They can be found from the halls of Congress, to our great dismay, to restaurants on La Cienega. It sometimes focuses unabashedly on the Jew without apology. Sometimes it hides behind a critique of Israel. It pops up in places such as Hollywood and in labor unions, to globalized social media platforms and TikTok accounts, and far too often, and in such an ugly way, on college campuses. My own oldest daughter, Noah, who only had a part of a year on campus last year, her first in college, said the thing that she most appreciated about not being allowed to be on campus second semester is that she wouldn't have to endure for at least one of her years of college Israel Apartheid Week. So as Americans and as spiritual descendants of that Newport community, and living in a country that's a spiritual descendant of Washington's leadership, we can and we should be grateful for what we've inherited and what we have. And we're also a bit overwhelmed about what we're facing. And so what should we do? According to David Harris of the AJC, the American Jewish Committee, here are a few of several suggestions that he gives. First, elected officials and institutions need to be held accountable for how they react or fail to react when Jews are threatened, when Jews are attacked, and when legitimate critique of Israel, and such a thing exists, veers into anti-Semitism. We have to be vigilant in our support of Jewish and Zionist students on campus who feel targeted, and we need to hold institutions and politicians accountable every single time. Number two, he says, when it comes to anti-Semitism, it's essential to be what he calls swivel-headed. Not level-headed, but swivel-headed, meaning addressing it, whether it comes from the left or the right, whether you find yourself personally on the right or the left. We have to be equal opportunity identifiers and critiques and beaters back of anti-Semitism wherever it originates. And third, he says, engage partners. Anti-Semitism is not just a Jewish problem, it's part of an assault on the fabric and the fiber of American democracy and pluralism. And we have both real allies out there that we know of and potential ones who understand the stakes involved and would stand with us if we found a better way to cultivate those relationships. And fourth, and perhaps most important for the average Jew in the pew, he says, show Jewish pride without apology in as many places, in as many ways as you can. We have to proudly hold on to who we are and share who we are without stupidity and making ourselves into a victim, but also with no fear. President Washington concluded the letter that he may or may not have written with the following hope. May the children of the stock of Abraham who dwell in this land continue to merit and enjoy the goodwill of the other inhabitants, while everyone shall sit under his own vine and fig tree, and there shall be none to make him afraid. I say to that blessing, Amen, and we add to that blessing the one we're about to recite. Please rise on page 117.
Our God and God of our ancestors, we ask your blessings for our country, for its government, for its leaders and advisors, and for all who exercise just and rightful authority. Teach them insights from your Torah, that they may administer all affairs of state fairly, that peace and security, happiness and prosperity, justice and freedom may forever abide in our midst. Creator of all flesh, bless all the inhabitants of our country with your spirit. May citizens of all races and creeds forge a common bond on true harmony to banish hatred and bigotry and to safeguard the ideals and free institutions that are the pride and glory of our country. May this land, under your providence, be an influence for good throughout the world, uniting all people in peace and freedom, helping them to fulfill the vision of your prophet. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they experience war anymore. And let us say, Amen.
A prayer for the state of Israel in the middle of the page.
Avinu Shebashamayim, Sur Yisrael v'goalo, Barech et Medinat Yisrael, Reshit Tzmichat Geulatenu, Hagen Aleha v'vrat chastecha, Ufros Aleha Sukat Shalomecha, Ushlach Orcha v'amitcha l'rashea, Sarah v'yotzea, V'takanem v'yitzah tova milfanecha, Chazek et yedei meginei eretz kodshenu, v'anachilem Eloheinu Yeshua, v'ater et nitzachon te'atrem, v'natata shalom ba'aretz, v'simchat olam liyosheveha, v'nomar. Amen.
It's very strange on a Rosh Hashanah day that's not Shabbat to jump over the pages we're going to jump over now. We have made a communal decision. It was not an easy one, that we'll have one shofar blowing, as you know, at the end of Musaf when both communities come together. So we miss hearing the shofar here and throughout Musaf, but we decided that was the safest and best logistical way to handle it this year. We look forward to coming back to the shofar blowing in its normal spots next year. We continue with Ashrei on page 120. May be seated. Ashrei Yoshvei Beitecha Od Yalu Chasela Ashrei Ha'am Shekachalo Ashrei Ha'am Shadonai Eloha Baramim Chalaim Nevchashol. Poteach et yadech masbir chol et yadech chol. Teila Adonai yedaber pi bivareko basar shem kodsho leolam voed bahanachnu nebarech ya Me'ata v'ad olam. Hallelujah. We rise 121. After the first three lines, turn the page to 122. Ya hallelu et Shem Adonai, ki niskav shemo levado, hodo al eretz v'shamayim, vayarem keren le'amo, tehila lecho chasidav, livnei Yisrael am karovo. Hallelujah, hallelujah, leDavid mizmor. L'Adonai haaretz u'meloa, tevel v'yoshvei ba, ki hu al yamim yisada, ve'al neharot yechonen, mi ya'aleh behar Adonai, Umi yakum bimkom kodsho, neki chapayim uvar levav, asher lo nasa lashav nafshi, velo nishpa lemirma, isahav racha me'et Adonai, utzakam Elohei isho, Zed dor shab v'akshay vanecha Yaakov sela ay se'u she'arim rashechem v'hinasu pitchei olam v'yavo melech hakavod mize melech hakavod Adonai izuz v'gibor Adonai gibor milchama, Aseu she'arim rashechem, Useu pitchei olam, V'yavo melech hakavod, mihu ze melech hakavod, ayy Adonai tzvaotu, Melech HaKavod Selah Hey Anai Anai Ay Ay Anai Ay Ay Anai Hey Anai Anai Adonai Elecha v'nashuva Adesh yameinu kekedem O Adesh 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 yameinu kekedem Oh Hadesh, 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 Yameinu kekedem. Rabbi Shapiro wanted to announce that although the High Holiday Lounge is scheduled to start at 12, it'll start when the sermons are over. So don't feel like you're going to miss out on being with Rabbi Shapiro for the lounge if you want to be, whether my sermon lasts 9 minutes or 74 minutes. Ha ha ha. Okay. A priest, an imam, and a rabbit walk into a blood bank to donate blood. The rabbit says, "I think I'm a type O." That's all I got. There was a meme that was going around on Facebook in the days and weeks before Rosh Hashanah. It went like this. Someone wrote, "I feel like after the year we've all had, our rabbi should be able to stand up on Rosh Hashanah and exclaim, 'I am so overwhelmed, I don't know what to say,' and we'd all kind of nod and say, 'L'chaim, I'll drink to that.' I'm tempted, and I don't think anybody would complain. Because there certainly is so much swirling around us, and I and my colleagues and friends and rabbis around the country kept writing and rewriting ideas for sermons every time the headlines changed. We focused on Afghanistan, broken politics in our country, wildfires, a warming planet, new laws that threaten democracy. Every headline is worthy of a sermon. This sermon will be about none of them. To prepare for this sermon, I asked a colleague if he had a story of the email he never sent. The thing he really wanted to say in the moment, but instead held back. He responded, "That's the story of my life." And I would say of this very dear colleague, it's been a good life and an exemplary career. And I don't think that's an accident. We know that what we say and what we do impacts our lives and others' lives and the world around us. It's also the case that what we do not say, what we refrain from doing, can shape reality. And it's the essence of what it means to be human. Humans can hold back. Most other species just follow their instincts and urges. Sometimes the right slogan is, don't just do something, stand there. And in life, and certainly through the values of the Jewish tradition, just standing there can sometimes be the sign of the greatest strength. Now that I mentioned a friend and a colleague, someone who's only uplifted me in my life, let me move on to someone who, for years, brought me terribly low. My childhood bully terrorized me. I couldn't escape him. I was afraid of him physically. I suffered from him emotionally. Once in 3rd grade, and this story is not embellished, during recess, we were on opposite sides of the kickball court. He walked by me as I was walking back in, sucker punched me in the stomach, knocked the wind out of me, and then he smirked as we were both brought in to spend the rest of recess with our teacher, Mrs. Shapiro, as punishment for having fought. He was that kind of kid. And I'm confident that there's a piece of my instinct towards treating people, I hope and pray, right and kindly, that was forged in the crucible of his mistreatment of me. So maybe I should have some odd sense of gratitude to him. But I don't feel it. 40 years later, I remain angry that he did it and that he got away with it over and over again, and that he went on with his life. Coincidentally, 2 boys from Little Woodbridge, Connecticut, went on with their lives, and both ended up in Los Angeles. And some years ago, I realized that happenstance had put us again in the same location. For months, I agonized about whether to connect with him. For what purpose? Just to say hello? To reminisce about the good old days in Ms. Shapiro's classroom? Maybe to get an answer to this burning question: why? Why did you feel the need to do that to me? Or just to let him know that he'd injured me and maybe eke out a thin, delayed apology. I messaged him on Facebook. We decided to meet for coffee off of Santa Monica Boulevard. I rehearsed my speech in my mind for days. It would be respectful, but pointed. It would be fair, but honest. I would unburden myself, and he would feel appropriately burdened. Maybe some closure, maybe a tiny bit of contrition, and even if not, some satisfaction. I had not seen him since high school graduation in 1990. He arrived at the restaurant after me. I was already sitting there. He walked in. He approached me like old friends. He gave me an oddly normal hug, and we sat down. I looked into his face to find some recognition. Did he remember? Did he even know? Was it part of his consciousness what he did to me, or might it really be that he just thought he was reconnecting with a kid from the old neighborhood? As the meal went on, my urge to unload on him waned, as if a tidal wave that had been building for decades just disappeared. I held back, not because I was afraid, but because I realized I had the power to, and I understood that I had done the work myself. I realized that telling him and telling him off was not what I needed to do. What I needed to do, I had already done, which was to emerge stronger and to live my life wildly different than he had lived out his childhood. My restraint in that moment was the perfect antithesis of his lack of restraint back then. And the venting might have been gratifying, a great endorphin rush. But this man seemed to be living a noble enough life at this point, rehashing his sins upon me from ages 7 to 15 or so would bring neither him nor me anywhere meaningful. I would save and protect no one. So I continued with the banal chatter, and we split the check. I said it was nice to see him, and I walked away. I can't tell you his name, by the way, but it rhymes with... No, just kidding. For years, I had fantasized about that moment and what it would feel like having these words of righteous rage emerge from my mouth. It would have felt like the powerful sense of clarity and victory you are certain you will experience if you momentarily and intentionally lose your composure and allow yourself to yell at a child or a student or a spouse or a parent. That kind of faux clarity that obscures in the moment what's important and what is needed. And it's rarely the yell. In this case, with my bully, what was needed was the rehearsal deep in my mind and deep in my soul. It was the internal work that was significant. Amazing things become clear and possible when you hold back, when you reconsider and wait and choose not to speak. Choose for the moment not to do. perhaps to find out that there are better uses for your words and your actions. Now, it can feel like weakness to hold back. In that coffee shop by Santa Monica, did I cower from my bully one more time? I don't think so. Because again, sometimes doing nothing means everything. Now, we confront this notion in classic Jewish texts, including the very often quoted line from Pirkei Avot, Ezahu Gibor, who is a hero? Who is mighty? Who is strong? You can imagine other ancient texts having answered that question, the one who wields his weapon with valor, the one who vanquishes his foe. But the Mishnah's answer, and the wisdom of the rabbis, is not that. They answer it, Hakovesh et Yisro, the one who vanquishes his own urges, the one who holds back, the one who doesn't attack every time, who does not submit to every urge, the one who realizes that the words not said are some of the most important ones. Now, some in the tradition understand this line to mean that conquering one's yetzer hara, one's evil impulse to be violent or to be licentious or to steal, that is the mark of heroism. But at least one commentator reads it much more broadly. The 19th century Rabbi Israel Lifshitz from the town of Danzig, which depending on what year it was, either Poland or Germany, he links this line with three other similar ones in the same text. And they ask who is rich, and who is wise, and who is happy. And Rabbi Lifshitz says that what the Mishnah is teaching us, that often the way to get what we desire is the opposite of our momentary instinct. And he gives an example. Imagine, he says, somebody who wants to be known as wise, and thus refuses to learn from others, lest that person be thought of as lacking wisdom. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to learn, right? And so what happens? No wisdom comes. Same with heroism and strength, he says. It seems to you that you gain it by expressing it, by downing your foes. But what does it look like to others? It looks desperate. It smacks of evil. There's violence, yes, but no heroism. So to conquer one's yetzer at times is not to do or say the things that are circumstantially warranted in the moment, in order to transcend the smallness of that moment and thus live with bigger possibilities, with a bigger heart. Maybe that's living towards the life of a hero. Such moments of restraint can loom large and like the still small voice that we're going to reference in the Unatana Tokef in just a few minutes. At times, they are whispers, but no less profound. I've spoken many times from the Bima and written about my exquisite week learning meditation and Qigong, this Chinese body posture, at the Holy Isle in Scotland. And much of the learning came from what we did, and the postures we practiced and held, and the words of the guided meditations, and the questions we asked of one another and of our teachers. But some of the illumination came from what we didn't do, and what we didn't say. Several times a week at that retreat, we were asked to have a meal in noble silence, a zone of quietude. We got our food, sat down at the normal tables, across from one another, next to one another, and ate. At first, I gotta tell you, it was very weird to not speak to the person across from me. It felt a little bit like that scene from the Frisco Kid, if you get my reference, in the convent, right? The salt, pass the salt, please. It almost seemed rude, even though I knew it wasn't. Do I make eye contact? Holding quiet eye contact can be jarring. But eventually I slipped into a deeper zone. Very awake, very alert, oddly and reassuringly meditative. I heard myself chew. I tasted tastes in my food that had been totally obscured to me before. I ate with kavanah, intentionally. I experienced the meal as nourishing in a way that I rarely do, as if each morsel were a treat. And I made and I held eye contact with those in my cohort, sometimes locking gazes for 5 to 10 seconds. And lots was communicated in those extended moments, even without speech. And within the cocoon of quiet, My mind leapt and explored and conjured ideas and images and even feelings that I'm sure would have been utterly elusive had I filled up those moments with, how was your last session? Remind me where you're from again? In those moments, I was not quashing some evil impulse, but I was conquering an urge of sorts, an urge that is spurred and sometimes demanded by our garrulous society and our relentless focus on the spoken word, and our cultural demand that we do, that we respond, that we react every single time. Now, the question is, can we hear the counter-cultural call? Don't just say something. Sit there. Now, to be clear, this is not an exhortation to passivity, to achieving courage by doing nothing, to stay quiet or complacent, God forbid, in the face of evil or outrage. There are plenty of junctures in life where such acting and speaking is warranted and holy and a true obligation. I'll share a recent and painful and also hopefully inspiring example. Many of you know how important USY, the Conservative Movement's youth group, was to me in the formation of my Jewish identity. And at Beth Am, we are so proud of our own chapter and how our kids have learned to lead and to love and master Judaism through it. A few weeks ago, as I shared in an email to the congregation, a terrible, painful scandal emerged from within our dear USY. A former active USYer from the New York area, who's currently a rabbi, wrote an article in the Times of Israel detailing years of sexual abuse by a well-known and beloved USY staff member. And after the article came out, more victims came forward. There might be dozens, there might be hundreds more. The accusations are incredibly hard to read through. They detail a male staff member taking advantage of the very safe and beautiful intimacy that USY is meant to foster, and which it certainly did and safely did for me and many tens of thousands of others. But this staff member abused that trust and intimacy in horrific ways. These sins, and they are sins by the perpetrator, and those who may have covered it up, are severe. I feel bonded to this awful story in so many ways, and USY has some hard and very painful work to do in order to achieve tshuva, repentance, and earn our trust that its programs and its conventions and activities remain safe spaces here and everywhere. That reckoning is painful, it's traumatic, both for those victims reliving their abuse and for those associated with USY who are confronting some ugly truths. And the reckoning is a mitzvah. And it will happen only because one brave victim at first chose not to hold back, elected not to not speak. He resisted the understandable urge to stay quiet and thus perhaps spare some shame for the organization that he loved and helped create the rabbi and Jew that he is today. He realized that his silence in this case would be anything but noble. This is a poignant example of the sanctity of acting out, saving lives as a result. Here is someone choosing not to just stand there, but to do something. Judaism venerates both stances. The psychologist Jung wrote about the duality of man pushed relentlessly by often opposing instincts deep in our psychology and anthropology. And in our tradition, the God of Genesis is the one who creates worlds with word and deed. And to imitate that God, we got to act, and we got to do, and we got to speak. And the God of the Kabbalah is venerated as one who did tzimtzum, who held back, who restrained, who literally made God's self smaller in order to make room for the world, for us, to see what could emerge in the vacuum. That's also a God that we must emulate. And the art is knowing which moment calls for which. When to call out with righteous activity. And when to surrender the momentary and temporarily very satisfying thrill that comes with a cleverly placed word, a lightning strike, in the name of a greater possibility of healthy bonds with you and your loved ones and with society itself. The Ramban, Nachmanides, the great 13th century Spanish rabbi, he names this notion of sacred restraint as the prime pathway to a religious life. He's commenting on the verse from Leviticus, Vayikra, which commands us, Kedoshim tihiyu, be holy. And first, the Ramban does his favorite thing to do, which is to quote his predecessor Rashi and tell us why he thinks Rashi is wrong. Rashi says this notion of restraint is specific to prohibited things, immorality and depravity and dishonesty. The Ramban valorizes this restraint as a much broader concept. In his words, quote, this abstinence does not refer only to restraints from acts of immorality, but is rather the self-control mentioned throughout the Talmud. He even connects this basic human stance, this honed self-limitation, to the name by which the rabbis of the Talmud were originally known. You might have heard in your studies of the word Pharisees, referring to the early rabbis. Pharisee comes from the Hebrew word prushim, those who hold back, those who separate themselves from their urges. Those, in other words, who do not do everything they feel the urge to do. Those who do not say every word that comes to mind. Those who live in that human realm separated, prushim, from all others in the animal kingdom. Those who can consider a moment and pause and choose not to say it, not to yell, not to press send, even though it would feel good in the moment. Because the moment will pass and there are greater vistas to explore. I think we all must be circumstantial and strategic Pharisees, knowing when we should not just do something or say something, but rather stand there, sit there, and watch the horizon for what might emerge. There's an iconic and painful family story in my extended family narrative that speaks to this idea. It has to do with a woman in our family who was having a squabble with her adult daughter over what else? Money and inheritance, when there was plenty of funds to go around. And the squabble got so painful that the adult daughter, who I don't think was in the right, basically separated her own mother from her kids, removing from her mother the chance to be a grandmother. At some point, she even told her children that the grandmother was dead. And the grandmother in this situation was forlorn, which you can understand why. This was her only child and therefore her only grandchildren. And she was determined that she was actually in the right here, and she probably was. And she went to seek counsel from my grandparents, who were very wise people. And she sat in front of them and explained the predicament. Again, said, what should I do? Should I sue? Should I countersue? Should I act as I deserve to act? And they said to her the following sentence: you can do, and you can be right, or you could be a grandmother. In other words, you can be correct, you can do what you deserve to do, what you've earned the right to say, or you can shoulder it painfully, nobly, and end up living out a richer life with yet more of the things and the people that you deserve and that you need. And that's the path that she chose. And she got her grandchildren back. We confront such junctures all the time with childhood bullies, with co-workers or loved ones who push our buttons. Even within ourselves, the battle rages to respond to every individual need that bubbles up, to imitate the divine doer and the divine creator, or maybe to mimic the holy restrainer, to make our mark by doing and saying, and for now winning this moment's battle, or to make a yet more sacred and enduring mark by what we choose not to say, what we agree not to do, and thus transcend the language of battle and finally and deservedly live a life of peace. And in this ongoing dance between being pulled between doing and not doing, volume or quiet, we can be inspired by this extraordinary poem by Adrienne Rich, the great 20th century American poet. She wrote, "The technology of silence, the rituals, etiquette, the blurring of terms, silence, not absence. Silence can be a plan rigorously executed, the blueprint to a life. It has a presence. It has history, a form. Do not confuse it with any kind of absence." I wish you all a Shana Tova. And we're now going to continue with a Hineni prayer. We will listen along and sing along with Cantor Chorny as we try to enter into a mode of humility as we stand again for one longer prayer. You actually don't need to stand for the Hineni if you don't want to. You certainly can. And then after the Hineni, I'll give you another tour of the Machzor because we're going to do Musaf in a way that's a little bit different than we would have done in a normal circumstance. But for now, Hineni. Page 140.
וקבל תפילתי כתפילת רגילה וכל הנעים ופרקני ומעורבת בדעת עם הבריאות Hama'alot v'tigar v'satan leval yastineni v'hina digleinu alecha ahava v'al v'shayim v'chasei ahava v'chol tzarat v'rahat hafachna lanu ulchol Yisrael l'sason ul'simcha l'chayim ul'shalom ha'emet v'hashalom ehavu v'lo yishum michshol fi tefilati Yehi ratzon milfanecha Adonai Elohei Avraham Yitzchak v'Yaakov Sarah Rivka Rachel v'Leha Ha'el Gadol Hagibor v'Anora El Elyon Yesherei Shetavot Tefilati Lifnei Chisei Chavotecha Bavur Kol Tzadikim Ve'achasidim Atemimim Ve'yesharim Umavur Kavod Shimcha Gadol Ve'hanora Yata Shomea Tefilat Amcha Yisrael V'rachamim Baruch atah Shomea Tefilat.
Amen. We're going to do Musaf again a little bit differently than we normally would in a normal year. Normally, I would send you off into your quiet, private Amidah. We'd do that for as much time as we needed. Then we would be standing as Rabbi Chorny began the repetition of the Amidah. We're going to do it slightly out of order. We're going to turn to page 141. Rabbi Chorny is going to begin the Amidah. We can sing along the singy parts, but we're not yet in our private Amidah. We'll go through the Unatana Tokef on 143. We'll say the Kedusha responsively on 145. We'll do parts of the Piyutim on the next pages. I'll announce them. And then if you just look with me quickly on page 151, after the second paragraph of 151, after Rabbi Chorny completes that third blessing of Amidah, Hamelach HaKadosh, then you go back and say the Amidah quietly to yourself. I'll announce the page at that time, but it'll be back on 125. So we're going to go from 141 and 151 to 151 with Rabbi Chorny, and then go back and say the Amidah quietly to yourself on 125. Please rise. All right, and right now, before that, the Chatz Kaddish is on 123, and then 141. Got that?
Amen. Mehamati v'raki v'tei v'yamlich mahutei v'chayechon v'yomeichon v'chayeticho Beis Yisrael Bakala who is born Kariv V'imiru Amin Yehi Shmei Rabba Mevorach Le'olam Le'olam Yitbarach Yitbarach V'itata, v'itale, v'itala, Shemei Dekudesha, v'yirichu
Le'ela min kol birchata v'shirata tushpechata v'nechemata damiran be'alma ve'yimeru amen. 141.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu Elohei Avoteinu Elohei Avraham Elohei Yitzchak Elohei Yaakov Elohei Sarah Elohei Rivka Elohei Rachel Elohei Leah Ha'el Hagadol v'Hagibor Hanorah El Elyon Gomel Chasadim Tovim V'Konei Hakol V'Zocher Chastei Avot U'Mivi Gohel Livnei V'neihem Liman Shemo Yahava Misod Hachamim U'Nevonim U'Milemet Dat Mivinim Hefter Chafi V'Telah Tachnunim V'Chalot Uchane B'nei Melech Malchei Melechim Adonai Adonim Zachareinu Lechaim Melech Hafetz V'Chaim V'Chotveinu B'Sefer HaChaim L'ma'ancha Elohim Chaim Melech Ozer Uvoked U'Moshiach Magen Baruch atah Adonai Magen Avraham Ufokei Tzarah Amen Atah Gibor Le'olam Adonai Mechayim Eitzim Atah Rav Lehoshia Mechalkel Chaim V'Chesed Mechayim Eitzim Merachamim Rabim Somech Nofelim Merofei Cholim U'Matir Aserim U'Mekayim Emunato L'Sheni Afar Michamocha Bal Gevurot U'Midom Elah Melech Meimitum L'Chayei U'Matzliach Yeshua Nichamocha Abba Rachamim Zocher Yitzurav L'Chaim Berachamim V'Nemanata L'Chayot Midim Baruch atah Adonai Mechayei Hamitim
Amen.
U'v'chein u'lecha Talei Kedusha Ki atah Eloheinu Melech Unatana Tokef Kedushat Hayom Ki hu nora v'ha יחסי מלכותך, ויכון חסד כיסאך, ותשב עליו באמת, ותשב עליו באמת, אמת גטו דיין ומוכיח, ויודע ועת, וחותם, וסופר ומונה, ותזכור כל הנשכחות, ותפתח את הספר, את ספר הזיכרונות, ומעליו יקרא, וחותם יד כל אדם בו. ובשופר גדול ייתקע, וכל דממה זעקה יישמע, מלאכים יחפזון, וכילורדו יוחזון, ויאמרו הנה יום הדין, יום הדין, לבכות על צבא מרום בדין, כי לא יזכו מנך בדין, וחומי עולם יעברו לפניך כבני מרום, כבקרת רועה עדרו, מעביר צאנו תחת שבטו, כן תעביר ותספול ותמנעי, ותבכון נפש נפש כל חי, ותחתוך קצבה לכל בריאה, ותכתוב את גזר דינה. בראש השנה ייכתבון, וביום צום כיפור ייכתבון. בראש השנה ייכתבון, וביום צום כיפור ייכתבון. כמה יעברון וכמה יברחון, מי יחיה ומי ימות, מי בקיצו ומי לא בקיצו, מי באש ומי במים, בראש השנה ייכתבון, וביום צום כיפור ייכתבון. בראש השנה ייכתבון, וביום צום כיפור ייכתבון. מי בחרב ומי בחיה, מי ברעב ומי בצמא, מי ברעש ומי במגפה, מי בחניקה ומי בסקילה, בראש השנה ייכתבון, וביום צום כיפור ייכתבון. בראש השנה ייכתבון, וביום צום כיפור ייכתבון. מי ינוח ומי ינוח, מי ישקיט ומי יטרף, מי ישלף ומי יתעשר, מי עני ומי עשיר, מי יושפע ומי ירום, ותשובה ותפילה וצדקה מעבירים את רוע הגזירה, כי שמך כן תהילתך, קשה לכעוס ונוח לרצות, כי לא תחפוץ במות המת כי אם בשובו מדרכו וחיה, ועד היום מותתך כי לא, אם ישוב מיד תקבלו. אמת כי אתה הוא יוצרם, ואתה יודע יצרם, כי הם בשר ודם. אדם יסודו מעפר וסופו לעפר, מנפשו יביא לחמו, משול כחרס הנשבר, כחציר יבש וכציץ נופל, כצל עובר וכענן קלה, וכרוח נושבת, וכבל פורח, כחלום יעוף. ואתה הוא מלך, אל חי וקיים. אין קצבה לשנותיך, ואין קץ לאורך ימיך, ואין שיעור למרגבות כבודיך, ואין פירוש לעולם שמך. שמך נהי לך, ואתה נהי לשמך, ושמנו קראת ושמך. עשה למען שמך, וקדש את שמך, מקדישי שמך, בעבור כבוד שמך, הנערץ והנקדש.
Kedusha 145. Kazos yasar b'kodesh makdishin shemcha b'kodesh tarim ala b'darata. Haktav yan mechara.
יסוד שיחך שרפי קודש המקדישים שמך הקודש הרימיים דרימתה ככתוב על יד נביאך בקראת אל זה ואמר
קדוש 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 אדוני צבאות מלוך על הארץ כבודו כבוד המלך שרתיו שלום זה יזה מקום קודם
כבודו מלא עולם משרתיו שואלים זה לזה האם מקום כבודו ומתם ברוך יאמרו
ברוך אדוני ממקומו יפן ברכה ממייחדים שמו
ממקומו יפן ברחמים והחונם המייחדים שמו ערב הבוקר בכל יום תמיד פעמיים יהבה שמה אומרים
שמע ישראל אדוני אלוהינו אדוני אחד
הוא אבינו הוא מלכנו ומהושיענו וישמיענו לרחמיו שנית לעיני כל חי להיות לכם לאלוהים אני אדוני אלוהי חי
אדירנו אדוני
היציר אדירנו אדוני אדוננו מה אדיר שמך בכל הארץ והיה אדוני למלך על כל הארץ ביום ההוא יהיה אדוני אחד ושמו אחד ודברי קודשך כתוב לאמור ימלוך אדוני לעולם אלוהי ציון לדור ודור הללויה לדור ודור נגיד גדלך
Netzach Netzachim Kedushatcha Nakdish B'Shemcha Eloheinu Mipino lo yamush le'olam ba'ed Ki HaMelech Kadosh V'Kadosh Ata. May be seated as we continue with 2 or 3 of the paragraphs of V'chol Ma'aminim, beginning with the paragraph that says Aleph.
V'chol
Ma'aminim shehu el emuna. V'chol Ma'aminim shehu bochen klayot. V'chol Ma'aminim shehu goel chazak. V'chol Ma'aminim shehu dayan emet. V'chol Ma'aminim shehu haya bo b'biyeh. V'chol Ma'aminim shehu be'ein bilto. Move 2 pages to paragraph Zion on 148. V'chol Ma'aminim shehu kashelichos. V'chol Ma'aminim shehu rach lirtzot. V'chol Ma'aminim shehu shofei tzedek. V'chol Ma'aminim shehu tamim po'alo.
וכן בתך אדוני אלוהינו על כל מעשיכם התכה על כל מה שבראת ויראוך כל המעשים וישתחוו לפניך כל הבראים ויעשוך לעבודה אחת לעשות רצונך בלב שלם כמו שידענו אדוני אלוהינו ששלטון לפניך עוז בידך ורם ימינך ושמך נורא על כל מה שבראת וכן תן כבוד אדוני למך תהילה לרעך ותקווה לדורשך וביטחון פה למייחלים לך שמחה לארצך וששון ליראך וצמיחה קרן לדוד עבדך בריחת נהב ונישי משיחך במהרה בימינו וכן צדיקים יראו וישמחו וישרים יעלוזו וחסידים עיני יגילו מעולת תקפוץ צביחה וכל הרשע כולך כעשן תכלה כי תרים ממשלת זדון מן הארץ
151.
ותמלוך אתה אדוני לבדך וכל מעשיך לארצי ומשכן גבעותיך ירושלים עיר קודשך ככתוב בדברי קודשך ימלוך אדוני לעולם מלכי ציון לדור ודור הללויה קדוש אתה ונורא שמך והנה לוח מבלעדיך ככתוב ויגבח אדוני צבאות במשפט והאל והקדוש נקדש בצדקה ברוך אתה אדוני המלך הקדוש
Amen. And we are invited to go back to page 125 and say the Amidah to yourself in a quiet whisper. Page 125. For those still davening, please continue at your own pace. We're going to continue together with highlights of the repetition that we would have done completely if the circumstances were different. But the most iconic parts we're going to sing together. We start on page 154. Please rise for the great Aleinu.
Lifnei melech malchei hamelachim hakadosh baruch hu shehu noteh shamayim ve'yosed aretz umoshav yikaro v'shamayim v'imah Ushchina tuzal v'govei meromim Eloheinu einod Emet machenu efes zulato Hakatuv b'torato V'yadata hayom V'hashivota el levavecha Ki Adonai hu Elohim b'shamayim imah Ve'al ha'aretz mitachat
We're going to do one verse from each of the three sections, Malchiot, Zichronot, Shefarot. You may be seated, and we're on page 156. At the bottom. V'hinasu pitchei olam v'yavo melech hakavod Mi hu ze melech hakavod Adonai Zuz v'gibor Adonai gibor milchama Seu she'arim rasheichem Useu pitchei olam v'yavo melech hakavod Mi hu ze melech hakavod Adonai tzvaot hu melech hakavod Selah. And now on page 158, imagining we just heard 10 more shofar blasts, second paragraph.
Hayom,
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 hayom, hayom, hayom, hayom, hayom, hayom, hayom, hayom, hayom, hayom, hayom, hayom. Hayom, hayom, hayom. Hayom, hayom, hayom.
Kivanim rachameinu, kirachem aval banim, ve'im kavadim eineinu, lecha teluyot. Ad shetechonenu v'totzicha or mishpateinu hayom kadosh. Hayom, hayom, hayom. Hayom, hayom, hayom. Hayom, hayom, hayom. Hayom, hayom, hayom. Hayom, hayom. Hayom, hayom. Reshet Sifateinu, Yerav lefanecha, Eram benisa. Reshet Sifateinu, Yerav lefanecha, Eram benisa. Meivinu mabit, mavidu maktiv lekol tekiyateinu.
Tekiyateinu dekabel berachamim berachamim uvratzon seder malchuyoteinu. We'll sing one piece of Zichronot together on page 162, third paragraph.
Ki zocher kol hanishkachot, atahu me'olam, ve'yein shichecha lifnei chisei chevodecha, lifnei chisei chevodecha. Ki zocher kol hanishkachot, atahu me'olam, ve'yein shichecha lifnei chisei chevodecha, chisei chevodecha. Ve'akedat Yitzchak lezaro hayom, berachamim tizkor. Ve'akedat Yitzchak lezaro hayom, berachamim tizkor. Once again, hear the shofar blast in your mind, and then the next paragraph, hayom. Hayom, 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 harat olam, hayom yamin b'mishpat, kol yitzurei olamim, im kevanim, im kavadim, im kevanim rachameinu, kirachem aval banim, ve'im kavadim eineinu, lecha teluyot. Ad shetechonenu b'totzicha or mishpatenu hayom kadosh. Hayom, 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 hayom. Reshet Sifateinu, Yerav lefanecha, Eram benisa. Reshet Sifateinu, Yerav lefanecha, Eram benisa. Meivinu mahasim, mahapitu makshiv, lekol tekiyateinu. Tekiyateinu dekabel berachamim, berachamim uvratzon
Seder Zichronoteinu. So one of the changes of how we did services this year opens up a possibility for Rabbi Chorny to share some words, because normally during Musaf, she's in the middle of her repetition of the Amidah, and halachically, she doesn't move her feet and doesn't say anything but the words are in front of her. But because we completed the Amidah and we're now doing highlights, she's a free agent, so she can look at that. Look how nimbly she walked around the bima, and she's free to say whatever she wants. So before we go into Shofar, this last section of Musaf, a kavanah by Rabbi Cantor Chorny.
Like me, Erica Keswin is fascinated with ritual. Years ago, she dug into a study about firefighters and the effect of ritual on their lives. Social scientists at Cornell learned that firefighters who ate meals together before going out to do their work succeeded in saving more lives as a result of building more trust. Keswin grew a leadership initiative, the Spaghetti Project, out of that study, through which she coaches teams of all types to build trust through ritual, often shared meals, like spaghetti, to be more effective in their work. Ritual, my theory goes, ritual is routine elevated, habit elevated. I've come to that theory after several years of studying the social sciences around ritual with first-year Ziegler students as we dig into the pathways of spiritual growth. The most impactful teachers in my own work and in this field in general are Kurzat Ozank, who runs the Spiritual Design Lab at Stanford. How cool does that place sound? And Casper Terkel at the Harvard Divinity School. As we explored in our Beth Am Elul course on ritual, Ozank's principles of ritual help us to narrow our definitions of the shape of ritual, while Casper's approach to ritual, escaping the focus, escaping the fences of religiosity, and as applied to, say, Harry Potter, no joke, like close religious reads, ritual reads of Harry Potter, allow us to expand our definition of ritual. A firm definition of ritual with an expansive understanding of what can be ritualized in our world. That's the key to ritual magic. Shofar hits all the right notes. It is definitionally, categorically fitting to all the principles. It has a je ne sais quoi magical factor. It's done intentionally with the person tuned in to this being a special moment. It has a purpose beyond the practical, my favorite principle. And it is a ritual that has evolved over time to better suit the people and the situation. Ozank would give it 4 out of 4 ritual stars. It's the second of those principles I'd like us to embrace more closely as I encourage us to burst forth beyond ritual into the realm of ritual innovation. Tika'u b'chodesh shofar b'keseh liyom chageinu. This line from Psalm 81, verse 4. It's lifted and then it's grafted onto Yom Tov Kiddush. And here in Rosh Hashanah Musaf in this next section, and it tells us to sound out the horn at the monthly time Bakeseh on the Yom, the day of celebration. We learn in Bavli Rosh Hashanah that we sound the horn when the new moon is hidden to us at the time of an impending festival. And says the Bavli, that's only the case at Rosh Hashanah because all the other festivals are mid-month. But if you peel back the ritual textual layers. The verse is crying out to us, saying, sound the horn anytime something is hidden from you, so that that day can be revealed to be a time of rejoicing. And we're going to do this coming Sunday, as we do reverse tashlich at the beach and clean up the sands of Santa Monica, blowing shofar as a clarion call to celebrate our duty to do tikkun hayam. So what will it be for you this year? What will you take from ritual, from habit, from routine, and elevate it? What habit will then lift you up and make you brand new because you lifted it up and made it brand new? What ritual will you give new life to in the year to come? Here's our highlight from the Shofarot service. We turn to the middle of page 165, the 150th Psalm.
Hallelujah, El Bekocho, Hallelujah, Birkiauzo, Hallelujah, Vigeburotav, Hallelujah, Kirogulo, Hallelujah, Beteka Shofar, Hallelujah, Benebel Bechinor, Hallelujah, 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 Betofu Macho, Hallelujah, Beminim Beugav, Hallelujah, Betzil Tzalei Shama, Hallelujah, Betzil Tzalei Shua, Kolan Shama, Tehallelujah, Kolan Shama, Tehallelujah, Hallelujah, 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 Hallelujah.
And to close this section, bottom of page 166.
Hayom,
Hayom, Hayom, Hayom, Hayom, Hayom, Hayom, Hayom, Hayom, Hayom, Hayom, Hayom, Hayom, Hayom, Hayom, Hayrat Olam, Hayom Yami Bamishpat,
Kol Yitzurei Olamim,
Im Kavanim, Im Kavadim, Im Kavanim Rachameinu, Kirachem Aval Banim, Ve'im Kavadim Eineinu, Lecha Teluyot, Ad Shetechonenu V'totzicha Or, Mishpatecha Yom Rabbah.
Hayom,
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 Hayom, Maresh Tzifateinu,
Yerav lefanecha El Ram ben Isa. Mesha Tzifateinu, Yerav lefanecha El Ram ben Isa. Mevinu mazin mavitu makshiv lekol dekiyatenu. Utekabel berachamim, rachamim uvratzon. Seder Shofroteinu. And because it would be strange to end Musaf without it, we turn to page 169 towards the bottom in the bold.
Sefer Chaim Beracha V'Shalom U'Farnasa Tova Nizacher V'Nikatev Lefanecha Anachnu V'Chol Amcha Beit Yisrael L'chaim Tovim Shalom ונאמר כי וירבו ימיך יוסיפו לך שנות חיים וחיים טובים תכתבנו אלוהים חיים כותבנו בספר החיים ככתוב יתם מדביקים באדוני אלוהיכם חיים כולכם היום.
Please rise, 170.
היום 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 תמסנו
Amen.
היום היום היום
היום
היום היום
היום
היום
היום
היום
היום
היום תברכנו
Amen.
היום היום היום
היום
היום היום היום
היום
היום היום היום היום תגדלנו אמן Hayom, 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 tidrashenu letova. Amen. Hayom, 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 tichtevenu lechaim tovim. Amen. Hayom, 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 hayom. Hayom, 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 tekabel berachamim, v'ratzon et tefilatenu.
Amen.
Hayom, hayom, hayom,
Hayom,
hayom, hayom, hayom, hayom, hayom, hayom, hayom, tishma shabbatenu.
Amen.
Hayom, 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 tizmachenu. V'min tzidkecha. Amen. Yitzgata v'yitkadash shemei Rabba.
Amen.
Yomati v'raki rutei v'yamlich malchutei v'chaychom u'v'yomecho u'chayei kol beiti Yisrael v'gala u'v'zman kariv v'imeru Amen. Yehi shemei Rabba mefarach le'olam olamei Alaya Yitbarach v'yishabach v'yibar v'yitzaman v'yitnaseh v'yitzhadar v'yitzaleh v'yitala shemei tekudesh haberichu v'heila le'heila mikol berchata v'shirata tishbechata v'nechamata Damiran b'yamavimeru Amen. Titkava zlotahon v'antahon dechol Yisrael galam abuhon divishmaya 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 v'meru v'meru Amen. Yesh lamarava Mishemaya v'chaim aleinu v'yachol Yisrael v'meru Amen. Aseh shalom v'broma Aseh shalom aleinu v'yachol Yisrael v'meru Amen.
Ein Keloheinu 172.
in Keloheinu, in Kadoneinu, in Kemalkeinu, in Kemoshienu, in Keloheinu, in Kadoneinu, in Kemalkeinu, in Kemoshienu, no to Leloheinu, no to Ladoninu, no to Lemokeinu, no to Moshienu, Baruch Eloheinu, Baruch Adoninu, Baruch Mokeinu, Baruch Moshienu, Atahu Eloheinu, Atahu Adoninu, Atahu Malkeinu, Atahu Moshienu, Atahu Shektiru, Avoteinu, Lefanecha, et Ketoret Hasamim.
Aleinu 173.
Aleinu lishabeach ladon hakol, hateis gedula liotze bereshit, shelo asanu kegoye haratzot, velo samanu kemishpachot ha'adama, shelo sam chelkeinu kahem, v'gor aleinu kechol hamonam, v'anachnu koreim, u'mishavadim u'modim, lifnei melech Elohim, HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Hagatu b'Torah Adonai Himloch Le'olam Va'ed V'nehemar V'haya Adonai Le'melech al kol haaretz V'yom hahu Yeh Adonai Echad U'shemo
We turn it back to page 27 for Psalm 27.
David. Lulehem anti liropatu vadonai beres chayim, kavei ladonai, chazak v'yametz libecha, v'kavei ladonai.
Mourner's Kaddish, page 26.
Yitzgadal v'yitzkadash shemei rabba, v'alma divra kirutei v'amlich malchutei, v'chayichon uv'yomechon uv'chayei dechol beit Yisrael, v'agala uv'yizman kari v'imru amen. Yehei shemei rabba mevarach le'elam u'lamei omaya. Yitbarach v'yishtabach v'yitpar v'yitromam v'yitnaseh. V'yit hadar, v'yit ale, v'yit halal, shemei tekudsha berichu. Le'ela, le'ela, mikol birchata v'shirata, tushbechata v'nechamata, damiran be'alma v'imru amen. Yehei shlama rabba min shemaya, v'chayim aleinu ve'al kol Yisrael v'imru amen. Oseh shalom b'imromav, hu ya'aseh shalom, aleinu ve'al kol Yisrael, Ve'imru, amen.
And now, all together, we will experience the blowing of the shofar. You can follow along on page 119. Please rise. First, Cantor Chorny will say the opening lines, and then we'll hear the bracha and the blasts.
Min hametzar karati anani v'merchavya.
Min hametzar karati anani v'merchavya.
Koli shamata letalem uznecha liravchati l'shavati.
Koli shamata letalem uznecha liravchati l'shavati.
Rosh v'archa met u'lelam kol mishpat tzidkecha.
Rosh v'archa met u'lelam kol mishpat tzidkecha.
Harov avdecha letov ali yashakuni zedin.
Harov avdecha letov ali yashakuni zedin.
Sas anochi alim ratecha כמוצא שלל רב.
שש אנוכי על מרתך כמוצא שלל רב.
טוב ודעת למדני כי במצוותיך האמנתי.
טוב ודעת למדני כי במצוותיך האמנתי.
נדבות פרצי אדוני ומשפטיך למדני.
נדבות פרצי אדוני ומשפטיך למדני.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher kidshanu b'mitzvotav etzivanu lishmoa kol shofar.
Amen.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam shehecheyanu v'kiyamanu v'higianu lazman hazeh.
Amen. Tekiah. Shivarim Teruah. Tekiah. Tekiah. Shivarim Teruah. Tekiah. Tekiah. Shivarim Teruah. Tekiah. Tekiah. Shivarim. Tekiah. Tekiah. Shivarim. Tekiah. Tekiah. Shivarim. Tekiah. Tekiah. Teruah. Tekiah. Tekiah. Teruah. Tekiah. Tekiah. Teruah. Tekiah Gedolah. Shana Tova. Tonight mincha is at 6:45 p.m. We'll see you at Kol Nidre or Tashlich. Yasher Koach.
This year I got to practice with this on the last year it was a surprise.
Sounds so strange. It's like such a strange.
Last year I was sitting over here and because it was arranged and Musaf was like, can you put this on the end? And I'm like, okay.
I sure can.
I guess I can. We'll see what happens. So I'm glad I didn't think I needed it.
Shana Tova. Thank you. Thank you. It's weird that it's over.
It is. It is odd. Like, okay, Tiandela, goodbye.
Yeah. See ya.